Distinguished guest, Chief Justice Supreme Court of the Philippines, the Honorable Alexander J. Gesmundo, Chief Justice Supreme Court of Republic of Indonesia, the Honorable Professor Dr. Haji Muhammad Sarifuddin SHMH, Honorable Justices and Judges from CACJ Judiciary members, Head of Judicial Research and Development Education and Training Agency, the Supreme Court of Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Zara Fikar, our distinguished speakers, the Professor of Law Faculty of National University of Singapore and Dean of RIT Legal Training Institute, Professor Walter Woon, the Director of Center for Human Rights and International Justice of Stanford University, Professor David Cohen. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, all participants from CACJ Judiciary members, particularly the members of CACJ Working Group of Supreme Court of Indonesia and Philippines. Good morning, selamat pagi, sawadee krap, magandang umaga po. My name is Muhammad Mirza, Human Resource Civil State Analyst of Supreme Court of Indonesia, and it is such a great honor for me to be your host today. I'm delighted to welcome you to the ASEAN Judicial Dialogue webinar, Judicial Education and Training in the Time of Pandemic, Challenges and Lessons. Ladies and gentlemen, this webinar organized and conducted by the Working Group of Judicial Education and Training, which is co-chaired by the Supreme Court of Indonesia and the Supreme Court of Philippines. It will be held for about 3.5 hours from 8:30 a.m. to 11:50 a.m. Jakarta time. There will be some sessions of this webinar. The first session is International Experts Panel in Law and Judicial Education. We have two experts as our distinguished speakers joining us, which will be later introduced by the moderator, Mr. Arya Suyudi from Judicial Reform Team of the Supreme Court of Indonesia. And the next session is Exchange of Experiences, which we will have presentation from representatives of the Asian Judiciary Court, Honorable Justice Maria Filomena Singh, Associate Justice Court of Appeals of the Philippines will be the moderator for this session. And then we come to the final session, moderated by Mr. Arya Suyudi. It will be the conclusion and what we are going to do for the future plan. Well, each session we have around 20 to 25 minutes of Q&A or discussion. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, to formally welcome you today. Now, please help me to welcome Head of Judicial Research and Development Education and Training Agency, Supreme Court of Republic of Indonesia, and also as a co-chair of Working Group Judicial Education and Training Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Zara Fikar.
Yang mulia. Yang mulia Ketua Mahkamah Agung Republik Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Haji Muhammad Sarifuddin SHMH, Yang mulia Ketua Mahkamah Agung Filipina Alexander J. Gesmundo, Yang mulia Kanselor Arturo de Birion, Kepala Philippine Judicial Academy, Co-Chair Working Group of Judicial Education and Training Council of ASEAN Chief Justice. Yang mulia Wakil Ketua Mahkamah Agung Bidang Non-Yudisial, Bapak Dr. Sunarto SHMH, Yang mulia para Ketua Kamar Mahkamah Agung Republik Indonesia, Yang mulia para Hakim Agung, Hakim, Pimpinan Pengadilan Tingkat Banding dan Tingkat Pertama, para peserta dari pengadilan seluruh ASEAN, para pembicara yang terhormat, para anggota Pokja, CACJ dari Mahkamah Agung Republik Indonesia, yang terhormat para tamu undangan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, semoga damai menyertai kita semua. Pertama-tama izinkan saya untuk menyambut Bapak Ibu di webinar ASEAN Judicial Dialogue on Judicial Education and Training in the Time of Pandemic, Challenges and Lessons. Dalam kesempatan ini saya juga ingin menyampaikan terima kasih Terima kasih kami yang tulus kepada Konselor Arturo de Biron dari Philippine Judicial Academy atas bantuan dan kerjasama yang baik. Ini merupakan kolaborasi yang luar biasa antara Indonesia dan Filipina sebagai co-chair dari working group sehingga kita dapat berkumpul di sini pada hari ini. Saya dengan bangga menyampaikan bahwa pada webinar hari ini dihadiri sejumlah negara peserta yang berasal dari hampir semua pengadilan di ASEAN dan perwakilan dari berbagai satuan kerja dan pengadilan di Indonesia. Jumlah ini menjadikan webinar kita hari ini sebagai acara pertama dan terbesar yang diselenggarakan oleh Working Group CACJ. Yang mulia Ketua Mahkamah Agung dan hadirin yang saya hormati. Sungguhnya saya mengharapkan Mahkamah Agung Republik Indonesia dapat menyelenggarakan pertemuan ini secara langsung dengan kehadiran secara fisik, sehingga dapat memberikan keramahan khas Indonesia kepada para peserta. Namun karena kondisi yang tidak memungkinkan, maka kami harus melakukan seminar ini dalam mode webinar. Tak satu pun dari kita memprediksi bahwa pandemi akan berlangsung selama ini. Dan dari percakapan saya dengan rekan-rekan, beberapa negara bahkan masih berada di tengah masalah penularan yang serius. Oleh karena itu, mari kita berdoa dan berharap solusi pandemi dapat segera diidentifikasi dan kita dapat kembali secara normal untuk melakukan sesuatu. Namun, pandemi juga mengajarkan kita untuk menjalankan tugas-tugas peradilan dengan cara yang baru dan lebih aman, memastikan kesehatan dan keselamatan aparat peradilan dan masyarakat dengan memanfaatkan kemajuan teknologi dan informasi. Pandemi telah mempercepat transisi kita menuju pada peradilan elektronik. Seluruh peradilan Indonesia telah memulai mengubah tata kerja administrasi perkara ke dalam sistem elektronik. Dan kami juga telah menyelenggarakan program pendidikan dan pelatihan serta bimbingan teknis dengan mengoptimalkan fasilitas teknologi dan informasi. Bagi kami, tantangan terbesar terletak pada ukuran organisasi peradilan di Indonesia yang cukup besar, dengan total 900 pengadilan di seluruh Indonesia. Lebih dari 8.000 hakim dan lebih 20.000 staf pengadilan di seluruh Indonesia. Apalagi dengan kesenjangan yang beragam, khususnya pada infrastruktur dan koneksi internet. Hal ini memberikan tantangan dalam memberikan layanan yang disediakan dan dilakukan pengadilan secara online. Namun saya percaya bahwa kita semua berjuang menghadapi tantangan ini dan mencoba mengatasinya dengan berbagai cara. Oleh karena itu, penting bagi kita untuk mempelajari dan berbagi pengalaman tentang tantangan dan peluang pelaksanaan pendidikan dan pelatihan selama pandemi. Pada bulan Oktober 2020, Mahkamah Agung Indonesia sebagai co-chair WGZ telah melakukan survei ke seluruh pengadilan di ASEAN. Survei tersebut mengungkapkan dua hal. Pertama, bahwa semua pengadilan di ASEAN terus melaksanakan program pelatihan dan pendidikan secara online, offline, dan melalui blended learning. Kedua, adanya minat dan kebutuhan dari pengadilan-pengadilan di ASEAN untuk mengadakan webinar dalam rangka berbagi pengalaman dan mengidentifikasi peluang pelatihan dan pendidikan peradilan selama pandemi. Sebagai respon atas amanat deklarasi Hanoi yang ditandatangani dalam rapat CACJ ke-8 pada bulan November 2020, sebagaimana disebutkan dalam pasal 11 sebagai berikut. The agreement for the working group on judicial education and training to identify new ways of conducting training and education program, to identify internal and external sources of funding by organizing dialogue meeting among potential partners in supporting the implementation of the work plan 2020 to 2025 and to continue overseeing the implementation of the strategic plan 2018 to 2025 in all ASEAN Judicial. Webinar pada hari ini bertujuan untuk berbagi mengenai peluang, tantangan, dan pengalaman pengadilan, serta sebagai bagian dari implementasi deklarasi Hanoi. Melalui webinar ini, kami ingin mendiskusikan sejauh mana penerapan teknologi informasi telah berhasil mengubah sistem pendidikan dan pelatihan di berbagai pengadilan, dan sejauh mana hal tersebut dapat berkontribusi untuk meningkatkan akses dan efektivitas dalam pertukaran pengalaman bagi seluruh peradilan di ASEAN. Kami juga berharap untuk dapat saling bertukar pikiran mengenai ide dan inovasi baru dalam melaksanakan pelatihan pada saat dan bahkan setelah pandemi ini, serta bagaimana pembelajaran tersebut dapat disebarluaskan dan menjadi referensi yang berharga bagi kita semua. Saya berharap webinar ini akan meningkatkan kapasitas kita dalam melaksanakan tugas-tugas peradilan yang mulia ini dan mendorong kemajuan serta kualitas pendidikan dan pelatihan di seluruh pengadilan. Saya harap semua peserta akan mendapatkan manfaat dari webinar ini. Dan semoga webinar ini dapat berlangsung dengan lancar dan sukses. Atas perhatian yang mulia, Bapak Ibu sekalian, saya ucapkan terima kasih atas selamat mengikuti webinar. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for Dr. Zaraf Rikar, Head of Judicial Research and Development Education and Training Agency, the Supreme Court of Republic of Indonesia, and also as the co-chair of Working Group Judicial Education and Training Indonesia. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now let me invite you all to hear the opening remarks video by Chief Justice Supreme Court of the Philippines, the Honorable Alexander G. Kesmundo.
Professor Dr. H. Muhammad Syarifuddin, Chief Justice, Supreme Court of the Republic of Indonesia, Justice Professor Dr. Takdir Ramadi, Chairman, Development Chamber, Supreme Court of the Republic of Indonesia, Co-Chair, Working Group on Judicial Education and Training, Justice Arturo D. Brion, Chancellor, Philippine Judicial Academy, Co-Chair, Working Group on Judicial Education and Training, Judge Bambang Heri Mulyono, Head, Judicial Training Center, Supreme Court of the Republic of Indonesia, our esteemed international experts in law and judicial education, Professor Walter Woon, the Dean of the Singapore Institute of Legal Education, and a member of the National University of Singapore Faculty of Law, and Professor David Cohen of Stanford University and the Director of the Center for Human Rights and International Justice. Representatives from the ASEAN judiciaries, justices, judges, court attorneys, officials and administrators, judicial trainers, and professors of law, good morning from Manila. Selamat pagi. I welcome you to the ASEAN Judicial Dialogue webinar on judicial education and training in time of pandemic, challenges and lessons, organized by the Council of ASEAN Chief Justices, CACJ, Working Group on Judicial Education and Training, WGJET. True to its, this webinar is being conducted in its entirety via internet technology online in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic. This webinar is the result of the partnership between Indonesia, our host, and the Philippines in the CACJ Technical Working Group on Judicial Education and Training under the excellent leadership of our working group co-chairperson from the Indonesian Judiciary, Justice Professor Dr. Takdir Samadi, the chairman of the Development Chamber of the Supreme Court of Republic of Indonesia. Justice Ramadi initiated the conduct of a survey of ASEAN judiciary, which ran from October to November 2020, on challenges encountered in the area of training and education during the COVID-19 pandemic, and relevant experiences on the subject. The survey results show that our ASEAN judiciary bravely rose to face the challenges and continued to conduct judicial training and education programs for their judges and court personnel despite the pandemic, including cross-border trainings participated in by several ASEAN judiciaries. The survey also revealed that the training and education programs were conducted both online and offline, and others via blended learning or a combination of asynchronous offline and synchronous online methods. Finally, the survey indicated an overwhelming interest among the ASEAN judiciaries to hold a webinar to share their experiences and identify best practices on judicial training and education during the COVID-19 pandemic. Hence, today's activity. One of the objectives of the CACJ for creating the Technical Working Group on Judicial Education and Training is to ensure sustainable and quality training and education programs. At no other time has this mandate assumed more significance. As one, the ASEAN judiciaries and their respective judicial training authorities must forge ahead, undeterred by the COVID-19 threat, and adapt, innovate, and formulate relevant training programs to achieve the goals of the CACJ. This webinar is an important step in that direction, as it will provide a forum for identifying capacities and opportunities, create a venue for showcasing best practices, and propagate lessons and strategies on mobilizing and marshalling resources, all integral tools in judicial education program design and execution. When I was appointed as Chief Justice of the Philippine Supreme Court in April of this year, the world has already been grappling with a pandemic for more than a year. I had already formulated our judiciary's short-term and long-term goals for my tenure as Chief Justice. But the underlying realization I made when I was concretizing my plan was this: automation and digitization must be the platform from which all our systems must be built to run. Before COVID-19, very few of our systems had been automated, both adjudicative and administrative. This posed a tremendous and life-threatening challenges for us. Everything had to be done manually, in person, exposing our people to the risk of exposure to the deadly virus. Our course thus had to go virtual, without much preparation and with meager resources. Despite this, the Philippine judiciary pilot-tested video conferencing hearings as early as in May 2020, and our success rate was 87.86%. This proved two things. First, our judges and court personnel are adaptable and resilient. They rose to the challenge. They were willing to learn. And second, technology bridges the gaps in our system and empowers our human resources to do more and to do better. The development and establishment of an information and communication technology infrastructure for the Philippine judiciary is therefore my priority. As another example of adaptation, the Philippine Supreme Court, for the very first time in its 120 years of existence, will be conducting the annual bar examinations, the screening test for admission to the Philippine Bar, through an online platform. It has started accepting the online submissions of bar examination applications as well as electronic payment of the examination fees. The Philippine Judicial Academy, our judiciary's training arm, is in step with the rest of the ASEAN judicial training institutions in rethinking and recasting its programs to adjust to the current situation. Our highly respected Chancellor of the Philippine Judicial Academy, Honorable Justice Arturo D. Brion, and our country reporter will apprise you of the new approaches they have adopted to ensure sustainable and quality training for our judges and court personnel all throughout the pandemic and beyond. One of these important innovations is our new prejudicature program for applicants to the judiciary, which performs a statutory function as a screening mechanism for courtship. You will hear more about this in the forthcoming CACJ activities. I congratulate in advance all the speakers from our partner ASEAN judiciaries who have prepared their presentations for today's sharing. I look forward to the learnings and best practices to be gathered from your sessions and discussions. To our CACJ 9th meeting host, the Indonesian judiciary, my counterpart, Chief Justice Professor Dr. H. Muhammad Sharifuddin, and to Justice Ramadi, our co-chairperson, we thank you for your impeccable preparations. We shall see you virtually in October for the next CACJ meeting. Thank you very much, and keep safe everyone. As we say in our country, mabuhay!
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to have Chief Justice Supreme Court of the Republic of Indonesia, the Honorable Professor Dr. Haji Muhammad Sharifuddin SIMH, to deliver his remarks. And afterwards, we would like to request Your Honor to officially open the ASEAN Judicial Dialogue Webinar, Judicial Education and Training in the Time of Pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Chief Justice Supreme Court of Republic of Indonesia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Yang mulia Ketua Mahkamah Agung Filipina, Yang mulia Wakil Ketua Mahkamah Agung Republik Indonesia, bidang yudisial dan non-yudisial, Yang mulia para Ketua Kamar Mahkamah Agung Republik Indonesia, Yang mulia para Hakim Agung dan Hakim yang tergabung dalam kelompok kerja pendidikan dan pelatihan yudisial kawasan ASEAN, yang terhormat narasumber Profesor Walter Woon dari Fakultas Hukum Universitas Nasional Singapura dan Dekan RHT Legal Training Institute Singapura, yang terhormat narasumber Profesor David Cohen dari Universitas Stanford dan Direktur Pusat Hak Asasi Manusia dan Keadilan Internasional, yang terhormat perwakilan peradilan serta aparatur peradilan kawasan ASEAN, yang terhormat Panitera dan Sekretaris Mahkamah Agung Republik Indonesia, yang terhormat Kepala Badan Litbang Diklat Kumdil Mahkamah Agung Republik Indonesia, beserta seluruh jajaran pejabat eselon 1 Mahkamah Agung Republik Indonesia, yang terhormat pimpinan pengadilan tingkat banding dan tingkat pertama, beserta seluruh pejabat perwakilan peradilan Indonesia yang saya banggakan. Puji dan syukur mari kita panjatkan kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, Tuhan yang Maha Kuasa, karena atas rahmat dan karunia-Nya, pagi hari ini kita dapat bertemu walau hanya secara virtual dalam satu rangkaian kegiatan webinar dialog yudisial kawasan ASEAN. Sebelum menyampaikan sambutan ini, saya ingin menyampaikan penghargaan yang setinggi-tingginya kepada Ketua Mahkamah Agung Filipina dan jajarannya sebagai co-chair Kelompok Kerja Pendidikan dan Pelatihan Judicial Kawasan ASEAN bersama-sama dengan Indonesia. Berkat kolaborasi yang sangat baik, dapat bersama-sama menyelenggarakan webinar ini untuk pertama kalinya di bawah kerangka kerjasama Kelompok Kerja Dewan Ketua Mahkamah Agung Kawasan ASEAN. Saya juga menyampaikan penghargaan dan terima kasih kepada dua pembicara internasional yang telah bersedia berbagi pengalaman mereka yang panjang di bidang pendidikan dan pelatihan. Juga kepada para pembicara dari 10 negara ASEAN, sehingga pertukaran pengalaman antar pengadilan dapat berlangsung. Para peserta webinar yang saya hormati, Mahkamah Agung Republik Indonesia memandang penting seluruh rangkaian kegiatan webinar ini sebagai forum untuk bertemu dan berbagi pengalaman terkait cara-cara baru dalam melaksanakan program pelatihan dan pendidikan selama masa pandemi dan seterusnya. Mahkamah Agung Republik Indonesia juga memandang penting kegiatan ini sebagai wadah pertemuan dan pertukaran informasi antara narasumber internasional dengan para hakim dan staf yang mewakili seluruh peradilan di kawasan ASEAN. Webinar ini diharapkan dapat mendiskusikan berbagai tantangan dan peluang terkait pelatihan dan pendidikan judicial agar dapat berkelanjutan. Antara lain, yang pertama, tema dan jenis pelatihan yang diprioritaskan oleh lembaga peradilan masing-masing. Yang kedua, pengalaman dalam melaksanakan program pelatihan dan pendidikan peradilan di masa pandemi. Dan yang terakhir, ide dan inovasi dalam melakukan pelatihan selama pandemi dan seterusnya. Para hadirin yang berbahagia, sebagai penutup, saya menyampaikan apresiasi tinggi kepada penyelenggara rangkaian kegiatan webinar Dialog Judicial Kawasan ASEAN pada hari ini, terutama kepada Kelompok Kerja Pendidikan dan Pelatihan Judicial dari Mahkamah Agung Republik Indonesia dan dari Philippine Judicial Academy. Kepada seluruh peserta webinar, saya ucapkan selamat berbagi pengalaman terkait ide dan inovasi dalam melakukan pelatihan yang berkelanjutan. Semoga menghasilkan rekomendasi-rekomendasi bernas yang dapat ditindaklanjuti oleh Kelompok Kerja Pendidikan dan Pelatihan Judicial serta Dewan Ketua Mahkamah Agung Kawasan ASEAN. Akhir kata, kepada seluruh peserta webinar, saya ucapkan selamat berdiskusi. Saya berharap Anda semua bisa membawa manfaat maksimal dari perbandingan, pertukaran pengetahuan, pengalaman yang kelak dapat diterapkan di peradilan masing-masing. Akhirnya, dengan ini, webinar ASEAN Judicial Dialogue on Judicial Education and Training in the Time of the Pandemic Challenges and Lessons secara resmi saya nyatakan dibuka. Terima kasih. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, the Honorable Professor Dr. Haji Muhammad Syarifuddin SIMH, to officially open the ASEAN Judicial webinar, Judicial Education and Training in the Time of Pandemic. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, kindly one request before we start the first session. I would like to have you to take a group photo together. I would like to invite the Honorable Chief Justice of Supreme Court of Indonesia and also the co-chairs of Working Group Judicial Education, and also our speakers, Mr. Professor Walter Woon. Are you ready? Are you there? Yes. Professor David Cohen. And also the moderators, Mr. Arya Suyudi, and also the Honorable Justice Maria Filomena. And of course, I would like to invite all of the committee to join with us to take a photo together. Okay. If you're ready, kindly just open your video. Please just look at the screen. Yes. And of course, all the committee. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, kindly just open your video. Just look at the screen, have a smile. If we can count 3, 2, and 1. Okay, once again. Okay, once again. 3, 2, and 1. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, ladies. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we please the Honorable Professor Dr. Haji Muhammad Syarifuddin SHMH, Chief Justice the Supreme Court of the Republic of Indonesia, to leave the meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, well, it's time for me to invite Mr. Arya Suyudi, the judicial firm of the team of the Supreme Court of the Indonesia, to start the session. Mr. Arya, are you ready? Yes, please.
Thank you,
Mr. Arya Suyudi, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Test 1, 2, 3. Does my voice come through? Mas Mirza? Okay. Okay, I assume we are good in audio. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honorable chief justices, judges, members of working groups on judicial education and training of Council of ASEAN Chief Justices, representatives of judiciaries from ASEAN countries, distinguished speakers. Welcome to the second session of the webinar titled ASEAN Judicial Dialogue Webinar, Judicial Education and Training in the Time of Pandemic, Challenges and Lessons. Ladies and gentlemen, the pandemic has impacted the judicial training and education as well, whereby training and education programs are delayed or to be undertaken remotely on digital platforms. With this sudden shift away from face-to-face learning, there is a question of whether the adoption of online learning will continue to persist post-pandemic, and how such a shift would impact positively to the greater access for judges to participate in the training program and to the development of a new way of doing training and education program. This webinar will talk about exchanging lessons and challenges faced by ASEAN judiciaries to ensure that we can get the most of the situation for the benefit of the future of our judicial training. Ladies and gentlemen, this session will be conducted in total 1 hour and will present 2 distinguished panel. First, Professor Walter Woon, and second, Professor David Cohen. Before we start, let me share some. Let me ask some time to introduce the 2 distinguished panel. Professor Woon is the Dean of RHT Legal Training Institute, which was set up by RHT Law Asia LLP, a regional law firm of which Professor Woon is the chairman. He is also a David Marshall Professor of Law at the National University of Singapore. Professor Woon's research interests are in criminal law, company law, and international law. He graduated from the NUS Law class of 81. He was sub-dean and vice-dean of faculty from 1988 to 1991. He later became a nominated member of parliament from 1992 to 1996, and he was legal advisor to the president and council of presidential advisors 1995 to 1997. Professor Woon was also ambassador of Singapore between the 1998 to 2006 in Germany, Greece, European Union, Belgium, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, and the Vatican. The second speaker, Professor David Cohen. He is the director of the Center for Human Rights and International Justice at Stanford University. He is a leading expert in the field of human rights, international law, and transitional justice. Professor Cohen taught at UC Berkeley from 1979 to 2012 at the Anchor Distinguished Professor for the Humanities and served as the founding director of the Berkeley War Crime Study Center, which was moved to Stanford in 2013 and become the Center for Human Rights and International Justice. Professor Cohen has worked closely with the ASEAN Secretariat and the USAID Technical Facility for the ASEAN Secretariat in forming and leading an expert group to create a Human Rights Resource Center for ASEAN. Professor Cohen serves as the advisor to the Executive Director and the Governing Board of the Resources Center and leads the center's research project. Since 2003, Professor Cohen has been involved in various training for the judiciary and law enforcement for ASEAN in the field of law, human rights, and criminal law. Ladies and gentlemen, the session will be conducted for 1 hour until 10 a.m. this morning. We will be having 20 minutes for Professor Woon and 15 minutes for Professor Cohen, and we will be having 25 minutes time for discussion, for question and answer. We will encourage all the participants and attendees to use the Q&A features to submit questions. So the questions can be put forward at any time during the speakers speaks their speech, and then we will be collating and filtering those questions and to be responded by the speakers later after the speech. Thank you very much. That's for introduction. First of all, I would like to invite Professor Walter Woon to give his speech. Woon, time is yours for the next 20 minutes.
Terima kasih, Pak. Honorable Chief Justices, honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to be asked to participate in this webinar in ASEAN. I will try to keep my presentation short so that we can have a more interactive dialogue. Let me divide my presentation into two parts. The preliminary point that I would like to make is that judicial training and education is a subset of legal training. You cannot separate judicial training from general legal training. Legal training itself is also intimately linked to the legal system, because we do not train in vacuo. We train to create competent professionals who can work in the legal system. The first part of what I will do is to draw on my experience as an educator for the last 4 decades and as a practitioner to talk about not just legal training of judicial officers and staff, but training of lawyers in general, because as I said, they are intimately interrelated. And the second part will be talking about ASEAN, what we can do in ASEAN. The pandemic has forced us to look at the whole structure of how we do things. Without this pandemic, change, especially in a conservative profession like law, would be as slow as plate tectonics. And the movements of plates on the earth takes eons, and the law moves at that stage. We have been forced by the pandemic to reconsider. This reconsideration is not a bad thing. Not a bad thing. We should not be stuck in a 19th century paradigm. We are forced to move into the 21st century, and we should embrace that challenge. When we talk about the new paradigm, here we are, sitting in our different countries, communicating with one another, something that would be unthinkable even 10 years ago. It would be unthinkable when ASEAN was formed back in '67. It would have been unthinkable when we negotiated the ASEAN Charter in 2007. I was a member of the high-level task force for drafting of the ASEAN Charter. I was the head of the Singapore delegation in the second half of that process and presented the charter to the 13th ASEAN Summit in Singapore. But in those days, what we did was we went from capital to capital. all 10. So it was wonderful. We got to see everybody's capitals. But the pandemic has put paid to that. We can no longer do this. What, for good or ill, we are stuck where we are. But I would say for good. Let us look at the old system, the 19th century paradigm. You come physically to a court. You sit possibly for hours waiting for your turn. When my wife was in legal practice many years ago, and I will not tell you how many years ago out of deference to her, when she was in legal practice, people would turn up outside court and they would wait and they would exchange gossip. And that's how they found out what was happening. But it was a total waste of time. Total waste of time. You wait for your turn, you go into court, the court is crowded, there are a lot of people, there's a massive overload of documents. The last arbitration that I was in several years ago, we had 4 senior counsel and 1 Queen's counsel, each of whom had a room full of documents. This was the old system. And there is an added dimension nowadays, which we did not dream of years ago, and that is physical security. I was Attorney General of Singapore. The first day I was Attorney General, my office was invaded by some people who were demanding the return of their handphones which the police had taken as evidence. My security as Attorney General consisted of 1 retired police officer. But we managed to get them out. Nowadays, things being what they are, courts cannot be so complacent about security. That was the old system. Now we are forced to do things online. But doing things online is not a bad thing. We have overcome the constraints of space and time. The very fact that we are here talking is already an advantage. Had we been in the same room, we would be wearing masks. We would be masked like bandits, trying to communicate over a distance, safely separated, 1 or 2 meters apart. Here, we can see one another. If we're talking about the courts, talking about changes in the courts, the advent of the internet allows us to make things much more efficient. Physical attendance is no longer necessary. Many things can be done now over the internet. In Singapore, for example, we do things like pre-trial conferences over the internet. We have, in fact, got a little application on the handphone, which, if you will permit me, I will just show you. Right, this is the app we've got on the handphone. It's got a calendar, venue, feedback, hearings, cases. It doesn't work perfectly, but it's there. It'll get there at some point. The technology is there. We don't have to turn up physically. And unlike my poor wife, we don't have to sit around for ages waiting for things and go in for 2 minutes and get what we call an OIT, an order in terms, because that's what happened. You know, you queue for an hour, go into the judge's chambers, 2 minutes, and you're out. Okay? It's great for social interaction, not so great for use of time. Documents, I talked about documents. Pages and pages of them. You know, now with the technology that we have, people have no compunction about reproducing everything. So we have an overload. And not only that, they print it out. And that's why we're facing deforestation. The paperless office does not exist. People pay, they print it out. The last hearing that I did was entirely online. Court of 3 judges, which is equivalent to our Supreme Court, or Court of Appeal. The submissions were done online. I may again share with you. submissions, all done online, the whole lot. No need to print them out, although of course we did actually print them out because some people are not familiar. The record of proceedings, which ran into hundreds of pages, was also done online. If I could just again show you. Record of proceedings for the case. Zip file, everything online. Now, why do I show these? The use of online hearings is not intuitive. It's not as if people are born with this ability to understand the technology or to use the technology. My children are children of the internet age, barely. And I suspect that is so also with many of your honest children. They know how to use the handphone. Some of my colleagues in the law faculty find that their smartphones are smarter than they are. They do not know how to use the technology. So when we talk about judicial training, the first line of training is not for the judiciary so much, it is for your staff. The staff have to know how to work this. You have to have people, the unsung people in the background, in the shadows, who are doing all the technical things to make the court work. We at the front end, the judges, the advocates, we do not see the workings behind the scenes, the many hard-working people who actually grease the wheels and make the system work. So this cannot be ignored if the courts are to work properly. It is tempting to concentrate entirely on the front end, on the judges, but your back end has to work. You need the people to run the systems efficiently, seamlessly. You need tech support because the system goes offline occasionally, and occasionally the people who use the system are not familiar with the tools. We are comfortable only with practice. We need to have the back end done properly if we are to have the court system to work efficiently. The old system of having large courtrooms can be done away with. Nowadays, if we look forward, we can have a small courtroom, one judge, one clerk, and the proper technology. The technology, of course, is a constraining factor, internet access, but assuming you've got that, you don't need gigantic courtrooms. You don't need witnesses to come down. You don't need prisoners to be brought from their secure locations to the courthouse. Bringing prisoners from a secure location entails physical risk, risk of escape, risk of terrorism. Security cases, you have these problems. We train not only the people in the courts, but law enforcement also has to be trained. If you're going to have witnesses giving evidence from some other locations, the people who run those locations also need training. If you're going to have prisoners, accused persons, defendants appearing from secure locations, the enforcement officers have to be trained how to use these tools. Singapore is a small country. You drive half an hour in any direction, you fall into the sea. So we don't have the problems of large countries. The Honorable Chief Justice mentioned that Indonesia, you've got 900 courts, 20,000 people spread over an area larger than Europe. the fact that we have this technology now means that we don't have to shift people from place to place. We can, and should change the paradigm. Expanding courts in crowded city centers is going to be a problem for everyone. And populations expand. More populations, you need more courts. All of this can be avoided by going virtual. Technology is there. Technologists have to be trained. One other dimension that I should mention, and that is the use of international judges. Law, of course, is local, but increasingly we are looking at cross-border law. In ASEAN, we have the ASEAN Senior Law Officials Meeting, ASLOM. We have meetings of the law ministers, we have meetings amongst the judges. And the point of these is to understand one another, to understand them, which is something I will come to later on. But the thing is that you can actually have judges from abroad when there is a transnational dimension, something that was not possible in the last century. Now, there has to be some training how to cooperate across borders. The technology, not just the technology, but the system, how it's to be done, the protocols, how we can interface. If there is something that requires the input of foreign lawyers or foreign judges, it is now technically feasible to implement this, but the system needs to be created, it needs to be maintained, and that requires people to be trained in this. Not just the back end, but also the front end. Judges must be comfortable with working with other people from abroad. Talking specifically about training, we talked about the bar exam. Honorable Chief Justice of the Philippines talked about the bar exam. Last year in Singapore, we were forced to move the bar exam online. In Singapore, we do not have a specific exam for judicial officers. Everyone takes the bar exam. Pushing the bar exam online gave us the advantage of not having to search for a room big enough to accommodate everybody. One of the problems that we have, or we have in Singapore, is that the number of lawyers is going up. Traditionally, what we do is we put them all into one room, and then we do a traditional exam. Finding a venue, even in a place like Singapore with comparatively few lawyers, was getting harder and harder. And it was horribly expensive because we had to hire a convention center. Now, I do not know how the other ASEAN countries. Sorry. Excuse me.
Sorry. Continue. There is a problem.
Sorry. Shall I?
Professor Won, please continue.
Yes. My apologies. Let me continue. If you're talking about training, right? I don't know, as I said, what in the other ASEAN countries, whether you have specific exams for judges, but finding venues is a problem unless you move online. The trouble with moving online is it becomes an honor system, and that was a challenge we face. The solution is to have decentralize, which is technically possible. Right? So we're talking about training. If you have an exam, it's possible to decentralize this. We're talking about education, and here I draw from my experience, not only in the university, but also with the Institute of Legal Education, and now with the RHT Legal Training Academy. We do not have to have a classroom anymore. It is done virtually. We do not have to have the trainers in one place anymore. They can be from all over the world. Coordination of schedules is much easier. It's much easier but people have to be trained in this. When we're talking about finding people to come, if we were to hold this seminar online, we would have had to fly in on Sunday, and I would have had to fly out immediately after because I have a class this evening. So all of these things can be done. Talking specifically again about judicial training, people have to be trained to use these tools, like Zoom, for example. Many people are afraid of technology. When the mouse was introduced, we have this thing called the mouse. Some people said, I don't want a rodent on my desk. Why should we use that? You know, we have that kind of technophobic fear sometimes. So the training, technology is important. It is in fact vital. Let me just end, because I don't want to take too much of David's time. Let me just end by talking about the substantive portion of judicial training. This tends to be the focus. People keep thinking we train judges in law, but the substantive portion of judicial training is probably the easier part. Training people to use the tools, getting comfortable with the tools, working out the systems for cooperation regionally, internationally. Those are more important, I would say, than the actual substantive law. Substantive law can be taught. And now because we are no longer constrained by space and time, you do not have to import people. We can do it across borders. This helps us with ASEAN. Because ASEAN's aim is to harmonize, become one not a single entity like the European Union, but certainly to become a common space where we can share our experience. So the harmonization of the technical platforms so that we can share documents and share experiences is something that we should be working towards. And this, again, requires technical training, and it requires the judges and the lawyers who use these platforms to be familiar, and not just familiar, but comfortable. It should become the norm rather than the exception. The pandemic will pass. It would be a shame if at the end of this we were to give up the advances and the advantages we have and revert to a 19th century paradigm. Now, ASEAN, of course, is very distinct. We do not have a common culture or history like the Europeans, but that is a strength. It is also something we need to work on. And we don't have to wait till everybody is ready. When we negotiated the ASEAN Charter back in 2007, the economic ministers said that we should build into the charter the idea of an ASEAN minus X, a variable geometry ASEAN. In other words, you don't wait for everybody. The ones who are ready can go together, harmonize, cooperate, do what they can together. If you're talking about transnational crimes, you're talking about environmental law, you're talking about terrorism, international commercial transactions, the cooperation of ASEAN judiciaries is essential. The tools are there. We need to be comfortable with the tools. We need to create structures for the cooperation and ensure that these structures actually work. That people want to use them rather than are forced to use them. And may I just say as a final word, there is an obvious downside to doing all of this online, and that is the lack of social interaction. As I said, when we negotiated the charter, the members of the high-level task force, we enjoyed the hospitality of all the ASEAN countries. It is said by one cynic that the only qualifications you need to join ASEAN is to play golf and sing karaoke. But It is not a joke. It is by these interactions, the karaoke, where you mix, you become friends. So while we talk of judicial training and going online, we should not neglect the possibilities when it is again allowed to have social intervention. But that is a different matter for a different time. I thank you again for the honor of being allowed to address you, and I will be happy at any time to answer questions even after the seminar is over, because we no longer are constrained by time and space. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Walter Boon. Very interesting speech you make this morning. So I think the key message is pandemic is an opportunity to further improve the methodology of training, judicial training, but do not forget that we should not focus only on the substantive topic, but how you do it, how to make people familiarize and comfortable in doing trainings online. And I think, yeah, because it will reduce a lot of cost, and you can do much more things, many things more efficient and effectively, but not to forget the social interaction. That's the downside. I completely agree with that, Professor. Okay, now we are moving on to our second distinguished speaker, Professor David Cohen. Professor Cohen, time is yours. You have 15 minutes, Professor Cohen. Before Professor Cohen begin, let me remind participants that you can use the Q&A feature of this webinar. So you can post your question or queries anytime. Just post it in the Q&A section. So we will be able to help you and to channel your question later. Professor Cohen, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to participate in this very distinguished panel. So I want to express my gratitude for this honor to the Chief Justices of the Supreme Courts of the Philippines and Indonesia, to the other honorable justices, and other participants, to you, Pak Arya, always a pleasure to be on an event with you. And of course, I'm honored to be on the same panel with Professor Walter Woon. As Professor Woon has already said, COVID has forced us, whether we like it or not, to expand our digital experience and resources and learn what we can do online, but also to learn what are the limits of what we can do most effectively online. And so looking back, we can ask what have we learned? What have we been able to do better or more efficiently? And what have we perhaps lost in the process? I have been more or less living on Zoom for the past 18 months. I've been teaching courses. I've been participating in judicial training programs in Indonesia and elsewhere. I've been spending up to 6 or 7 or 8 hours a day on Zoom or other online platforms. And participating in this panel gave me the opportunity to reflect upon that experience and to think about, what we've done, what we can do better, and what we should do in the future when, as I hope will not be too long off, we can actually, when necessary, sit together in a room and communicate. So what have we learned? So I'd like to talk about some of the advantages, and Professor Woon has already indicated quite a few of those, but also I'd like to talk about what I have seen as the disadvantages of operating exclusively in an online environment, as I have been doing over the past 18 months. We've already heard that, of course, in terms of funding of training programs and other educational programs, there are huge budgetary savings in operating online once the digital resources have been provided. Of course, as Professor Woon said, that is the foundation. The resources must be there and people must be able to use them effectively, both the participants and the technical staff who make that possible. That is more important than simply the budget, because given limited resources, it has enabled us to increase the frequency of our interactions. And that's not just in terms of training themselves, but it's in terms of preparation. When we would get ready for, let's say, a multi-year training program with the Mahkamah Agung in Indonesia, as we've been doing 3 of those over the past 4 years, 3 different such training programs with Indonesian judges and the Judicial Training Center. I would come to Jakarta several times just for the planning and preparation. We've learned that we don't need to, that a lot of that can be done remotely. I don't need to get on an airplane and fly for 15 hours to spend 2 days in Jakarta meeting with my colleagues in order to prepare materials and so forth. So there are, of course, those advantages. It has also, and Professor Woon indicated this, made international participation much easier. In the trainings that we've been doing over the past few months with the Attorney General's Office of Indonesia and with the National Human Rights Commission, in order to assist them in preparing cases potentially to go to the human rights courts, the pending gross human rights violation cases, we've been able to bring in international experts such as Judge Fausto Pokar, the former president of the ICTY, Dato Shamila Alagendra, Karim Khan QC, and now the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, and to bring them in several times over a period of just a few months. Before that, we would have been lucky to have them come once in a period of 4 months to Indonesia, but now because they're able to join us from their offices, they've been able to do this with much greater frequency. Of course, there are issues of time zones, and when with Judge Pokar in Italy, typically it's been 6 a.m. for him, starting at 11:30 p.m. for me, or 10:30 p.m. for me in California, going until 3:30 or 4 o'clock a.m. In order to meet business hours in Jakarta. So there are challenges that require flexibility, but they are certainly worth it in comparison with dealing with jet lag and the challenges of international travel. Another advantage, and this has been alluded to, is because of the nature of the Indonesian archipelago, with judges in remote areas from Aceh on one end to Papua in the other, and Kalimantan and Sumatra and so on and so forth, we no longer have the need to bring all of those judges to a hotel in Jakarta in order to have a training and manage all of their schedules and so forth. And it's been both surprising and a great pleasure to see how quickly the Indonesian Supreme Court has adapted to an online environment. And that within just a few months after the beginning of COVID, we were able to resume training programs with judges entirely online using Zoom and other platforms. The Judicial Training Center in Indonesia was, of course, already very far into developing online resources, and they have expanded those resources, and what they are able to provide is even more in demand than it was before. And I think they have shown the way that the combination of offline and online and in-person participation can be extremely effective. And that's, I think, one of the things that we need to assess is what combinations of those are optimal as we move ahead to an era where in-person is possible. And I'll talk about some of that in the disadvantages that I'm going to mention. One of the things we have certainly learned is that preliminary work offline can be extremely effective in increasing the success of training programs. That is, when judges or in some cases prosecutors can have access to training materials and exercises and questions before the training begins, it often eliminates the necessity of doing the most basic sort of background work at the beginning of the training and makes the time and the engagement much more effective, especially when they've been doing exercises and already working in groups. In other words, it increases the productivity. Also, we've learned the way that, the kinds of things that we would do in-person training, such as breakout rooms with exercises and reporting back to the group, this is all possible in an online environment because the tools that we have to work with today are really excellent. And we just learned how, as Professor Woon said, to make the most of those tools that are available and to become comfortable using them. So we have built capacity. Necessity has forced us to do so, but we've also, I think, learned a great deal about what we can do better moving forward, retaining the resources that we've developed, even as we move back into a world where it's possible to be in person. What are the disadvantages? Well, Professor Woon sort of took the words out of my mouth by highlighting one of the most important, and that is the limitations on informal interaction. The networking that takes place in a judicial training setting can be extremely important, both in terms of the participants, that is judges from all over Indonesia coming together and spending 5 days, 24 hours a day together in a hotel, but also the interaction between resource persons, NGO organizers, and so forth, and the judges. That's not just networking. Often the conversations that take place on the side of trainings can be as important in promoting the effectiveness of the training as what happens in the training room. That is the conversations that take place during the coffee breaks, at lunch, at dinner, and in other informal gatherings, where you can get immediate feedback from participants about what is working, what they would like to see more of, what their needs are, and so on and so forth. It's not that it's impossible to do that online, but certainly our experience has been that it's much more difficult than it is in an in-person environment. In these in-person settings, it's also possible to identify future participants, champions, those who were really engaged, or those who have merely been ordered to participate in a training, and to identify individuals, for example, for future training the trainers programs, and so on and so forth. Again, that's possible doing it online, but it is more difficult. Another, and I can speak in my experience both as a teacher at Stanford and also in our training sessions, one of the limitations of Zoom is that you can only have 24 faces on the screen at a time. And other platforms are limited too. And if you have the technology to do more, the faces just keep getting smaller and smaller. And so the value of having more than 24 is actually limited, and 24 is really not very good, I can say, in terms of having a sense of how a speaker is engaging with the audience. Again, that is not a deal breaker. It's not a key shortcoming, but it is definitely a disadvantage. Another issue is, it's one thing to teach substantive material online. It's another to teach skills. And there may be settings in which the skills in terms of case analysis, decision writing, and so forth may work better in person. It's a challenge online, but of course it's a challenge in person also. In addition, there's a different dynamic in the discussion. As we see here, and our experience in the trainings we've been doing over the past year and a half has been that discussion takes place in the chat. And many individuals are readier to make comments in the chat than they are orally. It's good that they make comments in the chat and exchange, but it also is a limitation, because of course it's very different than having a lively discussion among the participants, exchanging views, challenging each other, and working together in a discussion to understand issues. So, what's the balance sheet? So, I think certainly this experience that I've had in the work that we've been doing in Indonesia, other teaching and other work online, certainly indicates that, as Professor Woon said, in ASEAN we can do much more, we should do much more. And using and further developing online technologies for training and education can really promote cooperation in a much more intensive way than having 1 or 2 workshops a year, which is sort of the limit when you're trying to bring together judges and participants from 10 different countries, as we've done before at the wonderful Judicial Training Center in Tagaytay, the Philippine Judicial Academy, or as we've done in the Judicial Training Center outside of Jakarta. So we must do more with the online resources we have and develop them further. On the other hand, I think what we really need to reflect about is how, as we move beyond the pandemic, as I hope in the next year or so, we combine the opportunities that we have. When do we really need to be in person? When can we and should we be online? How can we make the most out of the resources that we have and be most effective in accomplishing the goals that we have, whether it's at the national level or whether it's at the ASEAN level. Yes, I agree completely with Professor Woon. We need to be in the 21st century, not the 20th and not the 19th, but the 21st century. But having these tools doesn't mean that it's never useful to bring individuals together for the kind of intensive interaction that is possible in person and is very difficult to achieve online. But that, I think, needs to be the exception rather than the rule. And so we need to think about how to use the tools we have most effectively, how to use the resources and budgets that we have most effectively, and as we are in the 21st century, to see the way that we can assist ASEAN in adapting to the challenges that we face and using the amazing technologies that are now available, making individuals, as Professor Woon said, comfortable with using them. That is a necessary precondition so that we can get the greatest value out of the resources that we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Cohen, for your interesting remark as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we have already heard the presentation from our two distinguished panel this morning. There has been some participants that use the Q&A features. Some of them has been answered directly by the panelists, but I would like to give the opportunity for panelists to comment to all the questions that has been posted in the Q&A section, but which the panelists specifically wants to respond in live mode. I think since Professor Woon is still typing an answer, or can we have Professor Cohen to respond to Mrs. Celestina Stoel-Galid? The question is, this is addressed to Professor Cohen with regards to the disadvantages of having remote trainings. Do you share my view that another disadvantage is the mental and having lengthy, high number of hours online training is not conducive?
Sorry, Pak Arya, is that the disadvantages in spending long hours?
Too much. Long hours in training. In online training.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think we've all become familiar with the term Zoom fatigue, at least in the world that I live in, and we found it necessary to take more frequent and longer breaks than we might have. That's even in, let's say, what would have been a 3-hour seminar or 2.5-hour seminar. It's become necessary to do that with students, but certainly when we've been doing 8 hours training workshops over multiple days, as we've been doing over the past year in Indonesia, of course, this is an issue, and we're just trying the best we can to take longer breaks and give individuals an opportunity to get away from their computer screen and refresh themselves in, you know, coffee breaks or a longer lunch hour than we would normally take. But it is an issue. It's a demand on concentration. It's been well documented in studies that spending multiple hours on online platforms places concentration demands or mental demands greater than in person. But that's simply something that during COVID we've had to live with. But I think we should continue to live with it when that is the most effective way of accomplishing our training goals. I think, as I agree completely with Professor Woon, we can't simply say, well, you know, it just makes everybody really tired to spend 6 hours or 8 hours in a day on Zoom or one of the other online platforms. So we should go back to flying everybody around to come into a meeting room together as a routine matter. So again, I think it's a matter, as I said, for me, of striking the right balance between the opportunities that we have. But I'd be very pleased to hear what Professor Woon has to say about this issue.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Cohen. I think over to Professor Woon. Probably would like to respond to what has been mentioned by Professor Cohen first, or you can respond to Mr. QQ Aung from Myanmar question that was posted in Q&A session. Please, Professor Woon.
Thank you, Pak. May I respond to our colleague from Myanmar first, who asked about holding the bar exam online? How do you ensure that people aren't cheating? That has always been a problem. The solution that we've come up with, both in the university as well as in the bar examination, lay in the way the questions are set. If you have multiple choice questions, then there will be cheating. People will, you can't help that. No matter what you threaten them with, there will be those who cheat. You have multiple choice questions. If you have questions that are predictable, you know, the famous looking at the past exam questions phenomenon, then you will have cheating. what we do for, at least what I do for my students, and when I set the bar exam and when I do it in NUS, is to draw questions and situations from real life. So you base the questions on the actual problems that you face in real life. So very often what I do is to use cases that I have argued or which I've heard of, changing the facts slightly, and requiring the candidates to answer them. The short answer is you cannot stop people cheating. They will cheat. The way to handle that is to ensure that the questions you set are done in such a way that it is harder to cheat. In a 2-hour exam, it's going to be very hard if you give them a real case. It'll be very hard, but it is not possible to eliminate this. You can minimize it by not reusing previous exam questions. You can minimize it by not using predictable patterns. You can minimize it by not using MCQs, multiple choice questions. All of these things will help. For David's, David, if you, Professor Cohen, if you would mind, I'm sorry if you could repeat your question about, was it, I'm so sorry. My brain is now leaking, so it's hard for me to recall even a short time ago what the question was. What was it on Zoom fatigue?
Oh, it was just a question about how we should deal with Zoom fatigue in the different settings that we're using for training and education. And I mean,
yeah, I would say we deal with Zoom fatigue the same way we deal with physical fatigue, which is to take breaks. There is no reason why we have to have a long session with no breaks. Just to draw on my experience of the case that I did last year, we had to sit there from morning till mid-afternoon with an hour for lunch, which is of course very tiring, especially for lead counsel, because we were not allowed to move and the camera was on us all the time. But there's no reason why it should be done that way. There's no reason at all why you cannot say, right, let's take a 1-hour break here. You're at home, you're comfortable, go do something, have a nap. You see, the thing is that the advantage of being on Zoom is you can do it from home. If you were in a physical setting, having flown all the way to Jakarta, they give you 1 hour, you can't go back to your hotel room and have a break. Whereas at home, yeah, put up your feet, go have a drink, listen to music, play with your cat, whatever you want, then come back refreshed. So Zoom fatigue, yeah, it's real, but we handle it by not requiring people to stay all day. For the trainers, it's the same thing. Right now, the university requires 3-hour sessions. That's a long time, right? The way we handle it is every hour we give a 15-minute break. I'm sorry, that's the best I can do. I hope that it works for people. I would say basically, if you're in a comfortable place doing this, then take a break, go do something else, come back online.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Woon. I think yeah, we're still struggling to find a solution for that Zoom fatigue. Yeah, especially if we having online meetings, it may also require us to attend more than one meetings at the same time. That's also those really creates more fatigue that compared to normal meeting. Okay, Professor Woon and Professor Cohen, we have another question from. I think this is from Justice Yasardin, yeah, and also from Judge Faisal Taqwa. If I suggest we can merge this question so both of the panelists can respond in one time. So first from Justice Yasardin, the question is: is online training more effective than in-person training according to your experience? So this is how do you, have you ever measured the outcome, which one is effective compared to the others? And also second question from Judge Faisal, why people behind the screen tend to be less reluctant to ask questions and to interact in class? How to build an unboring interaction between trainee judges and trainers in online classes? So I think we can both Justice Professor Woon and Professor Cohen can give general response to those two questions. Thank you. Please.
Should I start about
Yes.
these? Why?
Yes.
People, yeah, it is true that people online tend to be less reluctant because the group dynamics in a large group tend to be that certain people dominate and other people who are not so dominant are shyer. And I think this is also true of people in an Asian setting, where we are trained culturally not to push so much. This is an experience that my sons had when they were studying in the US, where their seminar groups were dominated by certain people. So online, because you can use the chat function, you can pose questions, and this makes it less confrontational. So people are less reluctant because of that ability not to have to interrupt. You can actually pose your questions without breaking the flow. Now, how do you build an unboring interaction between trainee judges and trainers online? That depends entirely on the personality of the trainer. If the trainer is one of those who sits in front of the camera like a waxwork from Madame Tussauds, then you're not going to have any interaction at all. So it is the same, whether it is a live class or whether it is an online class. A good trainer, in some ways, should be a good entertainer. But that's nothing to do with the medium. It's entirely to do with the trainer. And perhaps if I pass over to David now.
Okay, thank you, Professor Wood. Over to Professor Cohen.
Yeah, yeah, Walter, I agree with you completely, as usual. And I think, one of the things that we've seen, certainly in training in Indonesia, is how effective a facilitator can be, because in many training situations in Indonesia, there are professional facilitators whose job is to encourage broad participation. That, I think, has worked better in person than it has online. But on the other hand, yes, I agree that the ability to pose questions in the chat has enabled individuals who might not speak up to speak up. I think the challenge there, though, is how to move that into a general discussion back and forth between the participants, rather than in a purely Q&A mode between the participant question and a response from the resource person. Because certainly sometimes we found that when the discussion becomes really lively between the participants, where they're disagreeing with one another and sharing their experience, and it's not all going back and forth between a participant and the resource person, that can be very effective. We have found, I think, that that's a bit more difficult to achieve online, but I think it's just something that we need to work on. In terms of, is online or offline more effective? I mean, I think it depends on the quality of the training and the trainers and the setting and many other factors. But we do try to measure that through having evaluations, pretty thorough evaluations by the participants of the training at the end. And at the moment, I can't tell you what the results have been of these evaluations in the online work we've been doing over the past year. as opposed to what we did before in person. But if there's an interest in that, certainly our NGO partners who have assembled all of that data and analyzed it could make that available. So thanks.
Okay, thank you, Professor Cohen. We actually already exceeding the time allocated for this session. I understand our panelists also have another schedule, but before we conclude this session, I would like to ask one final question from the participants. I think about how is the best way to give a break on long hours or large training. Yeah. First question is asked by one of the participants in the chat box. The question was how frequent and how long should the break be? For example, for our trainings, how long we should do break? And also the second question in Q&A box is about if we have a large training, is it advisable to have to distribute it to several days, short hours compared to one day but long hours? So I think that's the question can be merged into one. Please, Professor Cohen or Professor Woon, like to start.
Okay. Well, if I could take that question first. Generally, experience is that most people can concentrate for maybe 45 minutes, and therefore it would be optimal after about 45 minutes to give people about 15-minute break. I would also say that you should, if it's going to be a long session, say 3 or 4 hours, you should have a fairly substantial break in the middle, during which people can de-stress, go get a drink, go do something comfortable. Related to this, if I may, somebody asked, how do you address resistance of change? Older judges and all that. You can persuade people to use the technology by showing them how it can be more comfortable. Now, right now, we have to fight traffic jams, find a parking space, get into courts, all of which is a big hassle. Once people get used to technology, they can actually do it from home. I mean, you do it from Bali, for goodness sake. You don't have to come all the way, or from Phuket, someplace nice. Coming back to the break question, if you're in a comfortable place, if you're the trainer, you give your people an hour's break. Tell them, look, go have a nap. And the trainer may actually want to have a short nap as well. Winston Churchill used to do that. He used to take short cat naps, and that kept him going throughout the day. This is perfectly feasible if you're in a comfortable place, and that can only be done if you don't have to come down to one physical place to do the training. So anyway, my 2 cents worth. Over to you, David.
Yeah, thank you, Walter. I don't have much to add to that. I would just say that I think one thing that we've done is to sort of shorten the overall time of the training. So instead of, let's say, trying to cram 4 hours before lunch, 4 hours after lunch, or whatever, really, I mean, I think limit it to 3 hours in a morning session, 3 hours in an afternoon, and then make sure that there are sufficient breaks, at least after an hour and 15 minutes, and then a 20-minute break or so, another session of about that length. And then I think we're typically taking longer lunch breaks, an hour and a half or so that people can, as Professor Woon was saying, really get away from, sitting in the room and whatever they want to do, whether it's a nap, taking a walk, or anything else. So There's no, I don't think there's any, magic numbers, but, certainly working within the limits of concentration, as Professor Woon was saying, is the starting point for this. So thanks, that's all from me.
Thank you, Professor Cohen, Professor Woon, for your final remarks on the final question. I think the organizing committee already reminds me that Professor Woon needs to leave as of, I think, already late, yeah. Apology, Professor Woon, for this a little bit overshoot on the time. I hope you can still make it to your next meeting. But and I think the OC already also mentioned to me that Professor Cohen will still be with us until the end of the session. So I think we can keep the questions for later, and we can try to discuss the question again in the session 4. Okay, I think that's it for this first discussion session, this panel discussion session. As a moderator, I would like to thank very much to our distinguished panel and participation of all the participants. Thank you very much. I hope everyone safe. I will close the session and return the session to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Woon. Thank you, Professor Cohen. Terima kasih. Sampai ketemu. Stay safe, stay healthy.
Thank you. Terima kasih, Pak Arya.
Thank you. Okay, over to moderator. Mr.
Thank
Mirza.
you. Thank you, Pak Arya. Thank you. As Professor David Cohen and Professor Walter Woon discussion, during the online, we should limit the time for effective and efficient understanding. So without further ado, it is now my deep pleasure to please Honorable Justice Maria Philomena Singh to lead the exchange of experiences session. Your Honor? Yes, Your Honor, the session is yours. Good morning, how are you?
I am fine, and you?
I'm fine, thank you. Please, Your Honor, the session is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mirza. Good morning to all our colleagues in Judicial Education and Training. We are now in our third session, which is the exchange of experiences. In this session, we will hear about the respective reports from our country representatives from the member countries of the ASEAN. And we ask them to prepare papers for this part where they get to discuss the bodies or the agencies which are specifically tasked to take care of judicial education and training in their countries. We also ask them to relate to us their particular experiences during the pandemic, the challenges they faced, and more importantly, the solutions and innovations that they came up with to face these challenges. And so we will go through a list of all our country representatives. So we will start without further ado with the representative of Brunei Darussalam. May we call on Ms. Hazarena Huraira.
Good morning, Honorable Chief Justices, Honorable Judges, esteemed colleague. Thank you for letting us share the experience of Brunei Darussalam. Just a brief background. So Brunei was thankfully free of COVID for over a year, but unfortunately we're going through a second wave at the moment, and we've been on a partial lockdown since early August of this year. So this is very much an opportune time for us to discuss the topic of training and education. So I thank the working group for putting together this webinar. The Brunei judiciary, we've always recognized the importance of judicial education and training for its judges and officers. And this notion is affirmed in one of our themes in our strategic plan. The strategic plan actually states that the judiciary shall maintain and improve the quality of accessibility of the continuing legal education programs and other programs provided to the members of the judiciary. So the court or the judiciary is primarily responsible for providing training in legal education for its judges and judicial officers. However, we do have another department called the State Judiciary Department, and they provide assistance and support for training of judges, judicial officers, and all other court staff in general administrative areas and other relevant topics. There are also courses offered by the government through the Civil Service Institute for all staff, and the staff include judicial officers and judges as well, in general areas such as leadership skills, communication skills, project management, and others. And the courses offered by the government are managed by the State Judiciary Department. As civil servants, we are required to attend at least 100 hours of training every year. For the judiciary, or specific to the judges and the judicial officers, the Human Resource Committee, or the HRC, was established in 2018 by the Brunei Judiciary, or by the courts. So the HRS was set up in order to monitor, suggest, and recommend training for judges and judicial officers to attend. The HRC nominates judges and judicial officers to attend courses with the approval of the Chief Registrar and the Chief Justice. So in total, the HRC oversees the judicial education and training for 21 judges and judicial officers. The HRC is comprised of heads of units and senior management, and the committee receives invitation or suggests training and courses and nominates judges and judicial officers to attend. The HRC will provide written recommendations with reasons as to the relevancy of the attended course, taking into account the topic, mode of delivery, and cost involved. So this recommendation is then sent to the Chief Justice through the Chief Registrar's office for the approval. The courses that are picked by the HRC are either specifically selected from known organizers or organizations, or are chosen based on invitations received from various organizers or organizations. And courses or training chosen should have a particular emphasis on improving the competency and efficiency of the judiciary. Specifically for judges and judicial officers, courses are divided into core topics and relevant topics. Core topics are given priority and is adaptable to the needs of the judiciary at the present time. Relevant topics have a broader range and are typically include all other legal topics. So currently, what we consider core topics are judicial management, decision-making and judgment writing, judicial conduct or judgecraft, and maintaining health and well-being. What we consider relevant topics, but this isn't exhaustive, is, for example, assessing the credibility of witnesses, using computers as research and a management tool, lifestyle issues, problems in evidence, and so on and so on. We also identify training into groups of people. So we have junior judicial officers, so officers that have been on the bench for 1 to 7 years, senior judicial officers, or senior registrars or senior magistrates who have been on the bench for 7 to 15 years, junior judges who are intermediate court judges sitting on the bench for 1 to 7 years, and senior judges who are the High Court and Court of Appeal judges. And we've also identified another category, which are the court administrators. So these are judges and judicial officers that are involved in judicial administration. After attending a course, the judge or judicial officer must prepare a written report outlining the topic and key takeaways. The report is just distributed and presented through what we call a share and discuss session, which is held before all judges and judicial officers. Ideas and opinions are then exchanged, and possible changes as to practice, procedures, and policies are then explored. The Brunei Judiciary has continued to offer its judicial officers training since the start of the pandemic in 2019. Training has always been on an ad hoc basis with recommendations to offer courses that run routinely with our regular partners. Our regular partners include the Singapore Judicial College, the Singapore Supreme Court through its mentoring and attachment program, ILCUP in Malaysia, ASEAN USPTO, the Judicial Training College in Thailand, the Judicial College in England, the Civil Service College in England, and Public Administration also in England. In light of the pandemic, online courses or training are currently the preferred method of conducting training for judicial officers and staff after taking into account the relevancy of the topic being offered. There is some flexibility in the working hours due to different time zones to facilitate training. In 2020, a total of 47 courses were offered. The judiciary or our officers attended 10 of the said courses, and the most common reasons for non-attendance is due to unavailability of officers to attend and also the relevancy of the course. In the first half of 2021, 27 courses have been offered, and we attended 5 of those courses. Although travel in and out of Brunei has been restricted since 2020, the judiciary has engaged in several courses online. In addition, we also propose to conduct several courses in-house with trainers presenting or teaching from overseas through intergovernmental ties or cooperation from international or regional bodies. Where possible, the judiciary has also proposed to conduct training locally in person, where the trainer or the presenter is already in Brunei. In addition, our Civil Service Institute here in Brunei has also continued to offer training to all government civil servants during the pandemic by using online platforms. I had some advantages and disadvantages also listed out. It's in my paper, and I think it's going to be shared later on, and it's already been discussed, so I won't go through that. In summary, we all have to move on and continue to adapt to the new norm. Despite the pandemic, it is still possible to conduct and provide legal education and training. And it is also for us an opportune time to conduct training, especially during the lockdown or restricted movement, as a majority of cases are adjourned and the free time may be used for officers to participate in training and furthering their judicial education. So I've reached the end. Thank you for letting us share our experiences. On behalf of the Brunei Judiciary, we wish you well and look forward to meeting everyone in person in the near future, and please stay safe.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hazarena Huraira, the Deputy Chief Registrar of the Brunei Judiciary. Thank you for your sharing. It was certainly very enlightening for us. And one thing that I picked up, which is of particular interest to us, is that you have on an annual basis, if I heard that correctly, 100 hours, because that is not the rule that we follow in our country. So presentation and sharing later. We will now proceed to our next country representative from Malaysia. We would like to call on Judge Dato Sri Hasna binti Dato Muhammad Hashim of the Federal Court of Malaysia. Judge Dato, yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Good morning, my learned sister and brother judges and judicial officers from ASEAN, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Before I begin, I would like to take this opportunity to convey the Chief Justice of Malaysia warmest regards to the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the Republic of Indonesia and the Chief Justice of the Republic of the Philippines, and to all the participants in this dialogue. Now, the unprecedented magnitude of the COVID-19 pandemic greatly impacted all sectors globally, including the judiciary. We are presently experiencing the consequence effect of the varying degree as a result of the pandemic, which literally forced a paradigm shift of the way we live, the way we work, and the way we conduct our trials under defined new norms. The role of the judiciary in this challenging time requires us as judges as well as judicial officers to embrace the inevitable changes. Continuing legal education is integral to shape a dynamic judiciary. The COVID-19 pandemic brought about challenges and changes to training and teaching methods. A number of programs had to be put on hold or undertaken remotely through digital platform. Due to the change, it is necessary to consider how such a shift might impact the access and participation of judges as well as judicial officers in training program, as well as how training and education programs are delivered. The body responsible for judicial training for Superior Court judges in Malaysia is the Judicial Academy, chaired by the Right Honourable Chief Justice. The Judicial Academy was set up with the aim of ensuring that judges acquire, develop the skills and knowledge necessary to perform their role in the highest professional standards. During the period between the peak of the pandemic and the onset of the recovery, the Malaysian judiciary have maintained training programs in a variety of forms, online, offline, and as well as blended learning. Now, under the Judicial Academy, we have the Training Academy, which is responsible for planning, executing, monitoring, and evaluating the training programs for the Superior Court judges. And the Superior Court judges are the High Court judges, the Court of Appeal judges, as well as the Federal Court judges. Pre-COVID-19 courses were designed for face-to-face workshop on a hands-on basis. Post-COVID, we have varied the teaching methods to a certain extent, mostly, as I've mentioned earlier, by conducting online sessions. Many scheduled in-person training programs have been postponed or cancelled. In 2020, when the lockdown was partially lifted, in-house training of judges commenced, but conducted under strict SOP. We also had to limit the number of participants. Workshops for High Court judges were conducted on various topics, such as, this would be in 2020, interpretation of statute, expert evidence, better judgment writing, and we have this as well, induction program for newly appointed Judicial Commissioner of the High Court. The in-house training session or training by the Judicial Academy is actually conducted by appellate judges. So we have the system of judges training judges. In March 2021, when another lockdown was declared, again, the judicial training program for judges had to be either rescheduled or conducted virtually. We have drawn up a program for 2021, mostly to be conducted virtually. We hope towards the end of the year to conduct a seminar on our Dangerous Drugs Act and a joint program with the International Trademark Association, INTA, and also another session of writing better judgment, as well as an induction program for newly appointed Judicial Commissioner. And that's our plan for 2021. The Judicial Academy is also in the midst of establishing an e-learning platform for all Superior Court judges. By creating this platform, the mobilization of participants could be reduced to a great extent. The e-learning method is also expected to encourage collaborative efforts between the Judicial Academy of Malaysia as well as the judicial academies of other countries by sharing and exchanging knowledge and experience. The Chief Registrar's Office, on the other hand, provide training for judicial officer. Since 2020, again, due to the effect of COVID-19 and also our lockdown, emphasis is placed on conducting training through remote communication technology for its officers and staff. In addition, virtual teaching has been extended to include virtual internship as well and virtual industrial training so that prospective applicants can perform their marshalling with the judges of the superior courts while also performing industrial attachment with the courts. Plans in the pipeline include the implementation of an in-house postgraduate program for judicial officers. In the near future, departmental competency exams for court interpreters as well as legal administrative assistants will also be conducted online. The Malaysian judiciary has extensively embarked on online judicial education and training via remote communication technology due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Of course, there were many obstacles, and there are still many obstacles during the initial stages of this initiative. However, steps were undertaken to overcome the obstacles, such as training judges and officers on the use of computers, as well as using Zoom as the platform, improving our internet access that is currently available, and as well as upgrading technical equipment and software. By delivering courses and training virtually, we have been able to save significant amount of time and resources, particularly when it comes to the preparation and establishment of logistics and venues. The Malaysian judiciary will continue to embrace new technology to improve the quality of its administration during the pendency of the pandemic and beyond. A key priority to sustaining this commitment must always be ensuring that efforts and consistency are put into providing efficient judicial education and training. Since the implementation of online training, all training materials and recordings are archived, which serve as the reference portal. The online training provided an alternative to the requirement for physical presence at any of the training venues. In closing, I would like to highlight that the speed of our dependency on the digital world during this pandemic-induced time has significantly increased beyond our expectation. With it, new opportunities have been created. Indeed, COVID-19 has accelerated our plans and strategy to enhance digital literacy. The Malaysian judiciary is committed to innovate, to respond to changes, to embrace new ideas, to facilitate excellence. The Malaysian judiciary will continue to do this, to provide online training, virtual training. We are all part of one regional judicial committee, wherever we may come from. Let us learn, let us share from each other how to turn our collective knowledge for the betterment of the future generation of ASEAN. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judge Dato Sri Hasna Binti Dato Mohammed Hashim, the Federal Court of Malaysia. I am glad to note a lot of similarities between your system and our system in the Philippines. Like you have a judicial academy which is chaired by the Honorable Chief Justice. That is the same system that we have here in the Philippines. And I think that is very crucial because the Chief Justice, as the head of the judicial department, determines the direction that the judiciary is going to take. And so he must be really active and involved in determining the direction also the Judicial Academy will take in educating the judicial officers. Thank you very much, Judge, and we will hear more from you later during the open forum. Now we proceed to the presentation of the country representative of the Republic of the Union of Myanmar. We would like to call on the Director of the Supreme Court of the Union, Dr. Marlar Mao. Dr. Mao, good morning. Kindly unmute yourself.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, sorry for that. Yeah.
That's okay.
Thank you for giving me the floor. So, Honorable Chief Justice, member of the working group, representative of the ASEAN Judiciary, a very good morning to you all. Greeting from the Supreme Court of Myanmar. So now I'm going to share the screen. Okay. So first and foremost, I would like to give my special thanks to the Supreme Court of Indonesia and the Supreme Court of the Philippines for organizing this important webinar to ASEAN Judiciary. As a focal point of the CACJ working group, it is a great pleasure and honor for me to have this opportunity sharing how Myanmar judiciary implements judicial trainings in the time of the pandemic. Firstly, I would like to introduce about the organization structures of the Myanmar Judicial Education and Training. So the training department is mainly responsible for judicial education and training for judges, judicial officers, and co-staff. So you can see the organization structures. So the training department is one of the 6 departments under the Office of the Union Supreme Court. The training department organizes various training programs for all levels of judges and co-staffs in collaboration with High Court of the regions and states, international partners, and other relevant ministries. So we also have the judicial training centers. Myanmar Judicial Training Center was established in 2002. So before established the judicial training centers, training programs were arranged at the Supreme Court buildings. So it is currently situated in Yangon. All of its functions and training programs are under the guidance and supervisions of the training departments. The center is only be able to accommodate for less than 100 trainees for the main building. So the main building is supported with the learning facility, including the library and multimedia installation. So you can see the Myanmar Judicial Training Centers. This is the main building of the training center. This is a classroom of the training center. So all of you can see that. In order to develop the training programs to accept more trainees, more spaces for classroom are needed, and the main building also need to be renovated. Therefore, a new judicial college is being implemented with the government support to upgrade the judicial training systems and to provide effective judicial training facilities. So currently, the new judicial college is under construction. So the Supreme Court has a plan to organize training programs at the Judicial College in collaboration with the ASEAN judiciary in the future. So I hope that our training plans will be able to be integrated into the WJT work plans after the college is established. Now I will share about the general information on the training programs in Myanmar. So the training department adopted long-term training plans and conducts regularly several training programs, workshops, and seminars for judges and also for co-staffs. The training courses for co-staffs has been conducted by the High Court to promote the efficiencies of co-staff at the different level of courts. For judges and judicial officers, the training department had conducted yearly pre-service training programs for newly appointed judicial officers and in-service training courses for serving judicial officers and judges. The newly appointed judicial officers have to attend the pre-service training courses for a period of 1 month. It is the integration of training program in the Judicial Training Center and the internship program in the courts. For in-service programs, 7 judicial officers, judges attend the refresher training courses and special law courses. So even though most of the training programs are organized by the training department, but some specific training courses for particular topics, for example, mediation, ethics, case management programs are run by the focal department in collaboration with the training departments and international partners. So moving on to the next point, the themes and method for training prioritized by Supreme Court of the Union in the time of pandemic. So before the COVID-19 pandemic, the training programs were organized with the group discussions and interactive sessions that allow opportunities for share by and amend the trainees. It includes classroom lectures by the senior judges designed with the panel discussions and also case study of the important judgments. So the topic of the trainings are identified in order to strengthen the role of the judiciary and to solve the legal problems and challenges that are faced in the courts. So during the COVID-19 pandemic, many face-to-face trainings are being redesigned to be delivered virtually. The Supreme Court follows the directive and guideline on the prevention of COVID-19 issues, that issued by the Ministry of Health. So the training program also conduct the training program on comply with the guidance of the National COVID Committee that only allow 50 trainees to attend training programs. That is why, in order to prevent and to control the transmission of COVID-19, currently the design of the training programs are absolutely different from the previous time. So the program is adopted flexible model for the trainees who may not have been working with who may not have experience working with the technology. So this flexible model will be a new turning point for training methodology during the pandemic and beyond. So I'd like to share the experience of Myanmar judiciary implementing the judicial training program during the pandemic. So during the midst of the global pandemic, the Supreme Court found out the possible way to establish a virtual learning system. So the changes from the face-to-face learning program to the virtual learning program is not so easy and need to be considered and expected circumstances that may have arisen. So there are many challenges to conduct the training successfully during the pandemic. So we got the lessons and experiences after conducting the virtual trainings. So the first one is internet cooperation and coordination is very important to conducting successful online training. In my country, the main challenge is to get proper internet access for trainings. So internet connection is sometimes unstable in Myanmar. So the training department initially made necessary preparations in cooperation with the e-government department not to get any trouble with the internet connection throughout the training program. So in the time of pandemic, the training program it's going to be able to conduct the training. So in these circumstances, internet cooperation and coordination is very important to conducting successful online trainings. So the best experience of online training program is to establish the comprehensive training system in collaboration with department concerns for the effective virtual learning. So another experience that online learning is beneficial for many reasons. So even though the cost of the online trainings is being considerable, it includes reducing the travel costs and protection or transmissions of COVID-19. So more importantly, the training takes courses together and have a good arguments in the virtual classroom, regardless of distance or place, restrictions on the capacity of participants. So another experience that do have enough IT knowledge for judges and hostess. So finally, they became familiar with the virtual tools and they are able to accept the virtual learning comfortably. So lastly, I'd like to share the idea and innovations of judicial training in Myanmar during and beyond the pandemic. So during the pandemic, the virtual trainings, we understand that the organization must prepare an alternative training system in the considerations of unexpected circumstances. So the training department consider creating long-term implication of digital format trainings beyond the pandemic because training center provides only limited classroom capacity for face-to-face learning programs. On the other hand, many trainees are able to attend a virtual training that includes a flexible schedule. So in addition, the Supreme Court explored the long-term implication of the digital format training. So as I mentioned earlier, Myanmar Judiciary intend to operate the ASEAN Judicial Training in the Judicial College in collaboration with the ASEAN Judiciary. So the training may be given through the virtually because it reduces the participant risks of the COVID-19 and the travel costs. So let me end by saying that in the time of pandemic, the method and system of training process have been changed in accordance with the needs and priority of the situations. Even though we face the challenges, we still find a possible way to create the virtual training programs, which is still moving on. So we firmly believe that the lesson we got today will be better experience for the future development of judicial training and education systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Marlar Mao, the Supreme Court of the Union Director. We are really excited for all of you for your new Judicial College. And we hope that in the future, our Judicial Academy may be able to collaborate with the training department of the Supreme Court of the Union for some projects. I also noted, Dr. Mao, that we have a similar training program for our newly appointed judges, but yours is more intensive because it is 30 days or an entire month. No, ours runs for 2 weeks. No, so thank you very much. That is really interesting, and we hope to hear more about your experiences later on. Thank you, Dr. Mao.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
Now we will proceed to the representative of our host country of the Republic of Indonesia. And for this, we would like to call on Judge Bambang Heri Mulyono, the Director of the Judicial Training Center of the Republic of Indonesia. Judge Bambang, good morning, sir.
Good morning to Ms. Maria. Honorable Justices, Judges, Court Leadership, and members of Judicial Education and Training Working Group, CACG, and participants from ASEAN Judiciary members. Distinguished speakers, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I will first outline the structure of the Judicial Education and Training Center in Indonesia. The Judicial Training Center is a body under the Supreme Court that is responsible to the developing and increasing the capacity of judges, registrars, and bailiffs. So Judicial Training Center is under the coordination of the Agency of Research, Development, and Training, which has a line of responsibility to the Chief Justice. The training program implemented by Judicial Training Center must be in line with the needs of the judiciary and in line with the vision and mission of the Supreme Court. Therefore, the Judicial Training Center is always coordinated with its Directorate General, who has data and needs of the courts in four court jurisdiction, namely General Court, Religious Court, State Administrative Court, and Military Court. The Judicial Training Center is led by senior officials, preferable with professional background of appeal judges, assisted by judges and staff who have various skills to support management of training. Its training program always provided by with a curriculum and syllabus that serve as a guide to meet the indicator of competency achievement which written in the curriculum. However, the curriculum and syllabus can be changed or revised by on evaluation according to the training needs. There are three types of training program in the Judicial Training Center, namely certification training, judicial technical training, and short training. In addition, there are special training for judges candidates, which is developed as an integrated program between training in the training center and internship in the court for a period about 2 years. For the register and bailiff, the training is directed at increasing competence as a part of the case management system and increasing the expertise in making court minutes as well as other judicial tasks. There is a certification training for registrar and bailiffs, but only technical training and short training. During the pandemic, adjustment and change to training methods have been carried out. More online training have been done by implementing 3 steps. First, studying modules on e-learning with the address of http elearning.mahkamahaagung.go.id. And then step 2, online class. They're using the Zoom platform during online class. And then step 3 is online case study or practices with a group discussion. We also use a breakout room where participants are given the task of analyzing case files, practicing quality legal reasoning of the court decision. In some training that require special skill, it is necessary to use a blended learning method. Comprises of independent learning through e-learning and then carried out online class. And lastly, in the form of practicing special trial procedures or role play or mediation simulation in classical training at the campus of Judicial Training Center at the beautiful place named Megamendung, or at the representative venues, for example, in hotel. All the training in the Judicial Training Center are related to the skill of resolving cases in the court. Among them are, for example, training regarding corruption crimes, fisheries crimes, juvenile crimes, environmental law enforcement, commercial law training, mediation, labor and industrial relation, human rights, drugs, Sharia economics, state administrative disputes, military court authority, and so on. Reflecting on the training methods and evaluation, we conclude that the online training option is the best choice during pandemic. If there is a need for training that must show increased skills, the training needs to apply blended learning method between online and classical training. For this reason, a strict health protocol must be applied. Besides that protocol, the number of participants in one classroom is also limited. With a distance learning, support for instruction and communication between participant and committee, among participants and also with the training committee who are far apart is needed. So the WhatsApp application, WhatsApp group communication can be used, and the provision of tutorial in the form of short video that can be viewed at the YouTube using account of the Judicial Training Center, we can use and to support the distance learning. We also limit the number of participants with a ratio of 1 compared to 4 if the training is carried out classically or in class. It will be a challenge for Indonesia, which has thousands of archipelago. So the training during pandemic is, so we will continue in online method. Ladies and gentlemen, experience is the best teacher. Therefore, by adjusting training during this pandemic period, it actually strengthened and the pattern of recruitment, participant registration, learning through e-learning system, evaluation and graduation system, as well as the availability of participant data based through alumni data, which is integrated with the Supreme Court staff system named SICAP. This data is important for the development of technical apparatus, recruitment in other training, and the regeneration of prospective teachers and training facilitators through the TOT program. In the future, it is hoped that the data of each judge and court apparatus who have attended this training can also be integrated as a part to be considered in the promotion. Even though the pandemic will end later, we hope, the blended learning pattern will still be able to be applied because it is proven that learning at the beginning of the training through e-learning will be more effective in stimulating the trainees to understand the training material and focus more on online and classical discussion. Online learning during pandemic also raises creativity in making applications that support the recruitment system, online registration system, self-learning system through e-learning, assessment and graduation system, and documentation system for correspondent and training alumni database integrated with the Supreme Court staffing system. Thank you. Keep healthy and keep happy. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judge Bambang Heri Mulyono, the Director of the Judicial Training Center of our host country, Indonesia. Judge Bambang said that experience indeed is the best teacher. And so from what we have already heard, and I am sure from what we are still to hear, that all the member countries of the ASEAN have really embraced the changes that were brought upon us without much of a choice by this pandemic. And one thing that struck me from the presentation of Judge Bambang was the fact that they also use the data that they collate from their training programs as an instrument for recommending promotions in the judiciary, which is something that the Philippines is going to do for the very first time through our new pre-judicature program mentioned by the Chief Justice earlier, and which will be described further by our country representative in his report. Thank you again, Judge Bambang, for your report, and we'll hear more from you in a while. So now we proceed to the representative of the Philippines, our home country, and I'm proud to introduce him to you, the Chief of the Research, Publications, and Linkages Office of the Philippine Judicial Academy, Dean Cedfrey Candelaria. Dean?
Thank you very much, Justice Monette. To our distinguished speakers and participants, and of course, our co-host from Indonesia, good morning. I'd like to break my short sharing into a few segments, introducing the Academy, the programs, and dive immediately into the pandemic issues and concerns. The Philippine Judicial Academy is the training and education arm of the Supreme Court. It's created by law, and it trains justices, judges, court personnel, court lawyers, and also assess aspirants to judicial posts. Again, by law, it is a separate but component unit of the Supreme Court, and it has a board of trustees chaired by no less than the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the Philippines. And the PhilJA is administered by a retired Justice of the Supreme Court in the person of the Honorable Chancellor Arturo D. Leon. The PhilJA has an academic council which consists of 12 curricular departments in various fields of law. And this is the policy determining body when it comes to the design and the type of training programs that will be delivered. And the Academic Council implements these training programs and activities through the Corps of Professors and also the Academic Affairs Office. We have very distinguished members of the Corps of Professors from various fields. PhilJA is also engaged in research, publications, and linkages office, as mentioned by our moderator, Justice Monette. And this is an office I am particularly engaged to handle. The Academy has a state-of-the-art 3.5 hectare facility outside Manila. That's about 70 kilometers from Manila, in a very beautifully located ridge in Tagaytay City. And I remember Professor Cohen, our speaker earlier, having visited the training center at one time. Now, the Academy conducts various seminars, workshops, and training programs, such as the following: the pre-judicature program mentioned by our moderator, the orientation for newly appointed judges and also court personnel. We have enhancement program and also special focus programs. We do have alternative dispute resolution training programs also. The most significant in the most immediate period, of course, is the pre-judicature program, because we have recently designed this unique, we think it is a unique program for aspirants to judicial posts. It is intended to orient aspirants for judicial positions on a judicial perspective on law, as well as the values called for as a member of the bench. The completion of this program and passing of the assessment are considered by the Judicial and Bar Council as among the several factors in determining the competence, integrity, probity, and independence of applicants to the judiciary. And it is the Judicial and Bar Council eventually which submits nominees to the President for appointment to judicial posts. There is more active engagement now with the Judicial and Bar Council and the Philippine Judicial Academy. Prior to the pandemic, PhilJA conducted an average of about 13 to 14 programs and activities through face-to-face on-site arrangements. In 2020, due to the restrictions of the pandemic, the average training programs and activities dropped to 7 per month. Out of the 44 training programs and activities in 2020, 24 were delivered by distance learning through video conferencing applications. We had to undergo various studies and trials to determine the most appropriate online applications for our stakeholders, as well as orient the participants in using these online applications. We also had to focus on proper decorum during webinars. We had to adjust the program content to make it appropriate for online delivery, particularly introducing asynchronous and synchronous sessions. PhilJA likewise started developing microsites. This served as a platform for PhilJA to share all reference materials and other relevant information to the participants for each training program or activity. We had to do this pending an acquisition of a learning management system. The learning management system was determined to be the most efficient for online training and programs of PhilJA. However, being a government institution, we experienced challenges in addressing concerns, particularly on the procurement of this learning management system, as well as continuing challenges for purposes of connectivity in some of the most areas around the country. Because of these adjustments, PhilJA had to engage in capacity building programs to retool its lecturers, facilitators, and training staff on online applications, pedagogical methodologies, and module development appropriate for online training programs and activities. Consequently, we also had to consider alternative work arrangements and reduction of support staff to contribute to the prevention and spread of COVID. PhilJA had to address concerns under the so-called work from home arrangement. We had to observe health and safety protocols in the course of skeletal office assignments and also selected on-site training. These are some of the challenges that the Academy never thought it would encounter prior to the pandemic. Today, interestingly enough, we do have to discern between the effectivity of online and also in-person deliveries of our trainings and programs. However, despite the new challenges faced by the Academy, the pandemic opened the door to opportunities for PhilJA to develop standards that accommodate current and future circumstances or the new normal. First, the distance or blended learning approach proved to be cost efficient and an effective channel to reach wider audience. This likewise introduced adult education techniques that are more responsive to the needs of the participants, or to a more learner-centered approach in terms of developing our training programs and also curricular offerings. PhilJA and its faculty will thus be employing more suitable teaching and learning methodologies, the most significant of which is the hybrid training combination of asynchronous and synchronous sessions, which encourages independent learning appropriate to our stakeholders. Our faculty will be actively involved in the preparation of the learning kits for the asynchronous sessions, which will be distributed to the participants with enough time to study on their own prior to the synchronous sessions. While all synchronous sessions, as much as possible, will be devoted to active interaction and trainee participation and the application of the laws, the rules, and regulations learned. Indeed, the training courses of our lecturers, facilitators, and training staff on the new normal approach are thus intended for long-term use, considering the current trend on distance learning among training institutions. The Academy is enthusiastic with its adoption of the new normal approach and will definitely continue with these methods even beyond the pandemic. Terima kasih.
Thank you very
Maraming
much.
salamat po.
Thank you very much, Dean Cedric Candelaria, the country representative of the Philippines. And Dean said, after hearing at least 4 of our co-member countries in the ASEAN give their reports, we already see a general picture of how the ASEAN nations have responded to the threat of the virus in terms of judicial education and training. So
that is
will,
right, Justice
yes.
Monet. Thank you.
Yes, and I think that some of the things that you mentioned will also be very useful for them when they go back to their drawing boards in terms of planning for future training programs during this time of pandemic. Thank you again, Dean said, and we will hear more from you when we get to our open forum.
Sure.
Now we will proceed to the country representative of Singapore. We would like to call on the Executive Director of the Singapore Judicial College, Mr. Paul Kwan. Mr. Kwan.
Thank you very much, Madam Justice Monet. My name is Paul Kwan, and I'm the Executive Director of the Singapore Judicial College. First and foremost, I would like to convey the warmest regards of my Chief Justice, together with the judges that are with me this morning, Judges Sim Junhui, Wong Li Tian, as well as Jay Lee. And we join our Chief Justice to convey our warmest regards to the Chief Justices of Indonesia and the Philippines, as well as to all participants of this working group. I would like to thank the chairs and the working group for the opportunity for the college to present at this webinar. At this juncture, I would of course ask the organizers to please do adjust the webinar backdrop skin as you see fit, as my presentation will be integrated with the screen behind me. So if I could just trouble you to do that, I would be most grateful. I would first really like to begin with a brief overview of the college. The Singapore Judicial College is a centralized judicial training body that oversees learning and development of all judges in Singapore. And when I say all judges, I really do mean that. From the most senior Supreme Court Justice, which is the Chief Justice, all the way down to the most junior magistrate in the state courts and the family justice courts, the college takes care of their training from cradle to grave. So we train the Supreme Court justices, including the Chief Justice, the district judges, the magistrates, and the registrars. The college really has just one motto in mind, which is really to inspire and nurture learning judges. And really the college is the brainchild of the Chief Justice, and the Chief Justice is personally invested and is very involved in the work of the college. In fact, the college is directly answerable and held accountable to the Chief Justice. The college also reports to a board of governors chaired by the Vice President of the Court of Appeal, which is our highest court of the land, the president being the Chief Justice himself. So we have the number one and number two involved in the work of the college. So you can see the importance that we accord to the college and judicial training in Singapore. On a day-to-day basis, the college is actually headed by the Dean, and the Dean is a former Judicial Commissioner of the Supreme Court, and he's assisted by the Executive Director, who is myself, a District Judge, and we are also capably assisted by our directors in the Secretariat as well. I would just like to touch a little bit first on our training curriculum. And this is just a summary of what I have just spoken about, the learning judge, Chief Justice being involved in the college personally, answerable to also the Board of Governors and the Dean and the Executive Director being the leadership team of the college. I would like to talk a little bit about the training curriculum, and the college really emphasizes on competency-based training, and that is important to us. And this training curriculum essentially equips the judges with the competencies and associated knowledge, skills, and attributes in order to enable them to succeed at their current and future roles and appointments. The training curriculum, by and large, is driven by the judiciary competency framework that we have just developed this year and will be implemented in due course. So with this framework, all the judges will know what is expected of them in their current and future roles and what is needed or what will be needed for their future appointments, where their gaps are, and how to plug those gaps with the relevant competency-based training. There are two, and I'm just going to shift and pivot right to the period of time right now, which is the pandemic period. And there were two really training priorities that we were looking at. One was case management, and the other was on case disposition. In terms of case management, you know, active case management is no stranger to Singapore, and it's not new to us. In fact, we adopted that strategy when we were dealing with an overwhelming backlog in the 1990s. But we prevailed. During the pandemic, right, the Singapore courts were only hearing essential cases during what we term as the circuit breaker period. And this was really Singapore's equivalent of a lockdown, but less severe in nature. But by and large, the Singapore courts were only hearing essential cases and putting everything else on the back burner. And we knew at that point in time that we had to decisively deal with the caseload that has built up during this period, and to also deal with the new cases that will be launched when this period was over. And we found that the training in case management provided a really helpful refresher of past strategies, and also provided the opportunity to assess the applicability of these past strategies with or without modifications. It is also to instill confidence in the judges that, look, we have dealt with far worse things before, and we have come out of it. If we can do it then, we can do it now. So have faith, right? And let's deal with this together. Let's be on the same page as to how we prepare for our hearings and how we manage our cases. And we realized that training in this area was particularly helpful for our judges to do their work during this period of time. Also, we had to prepare for the new normal. We had to prepare our judges to be able to judge remotely in the online courtrooms. And as you would appreciate, this is of course not the same as in the physical courtrooms. And we had to make sure that we have training in place so that judges can make that transition from the physical courtroom to the remote courtrooms. How do you assess, for instance, credibility of witnesses when you can't really see, for instance, body language? Of course, credibility is just one of the many factors that we take into account when we make our decisions. But nonetheless, it is one factor that we have to consider, and if we don't have that one factor, we are just missing one part of the equation. So we really had to prepare our judges and train them in this new normal of an online courtroom environment. We then also wanted to be able to assist the judges to be able to render speedier decisions. So in Singapore, judges can actually issue what we call oral grounds of decision or oral judgments. They don't have to write full written grounds. So what we did was we stepped up on our training so that judges will be able to be more confident in issuing brief and concise oral grounds that will definitively dispose of the case. And these grounds, although they are brief and concise, they are also sufficiently and clearly reasoned, and they don't have to issue full written grounds, which will take time to write. And the whole purpose of doing so is to really enable them to give quick decisions in the context of delivering justice that is good enough, that is fit for purpose in this current environment, rather than to aim to deliver justice that is perfect, which is what Singapore always strives to do. But in this current environment, we are practical, we are realistic. We say, look, justice must be seen to be served. We can't slow down justice during this period of time. So what we will do is we will give decisions that are fit for purpose, that are fit for this current climate, and we will deliver justice that is good enough for this current climate with its challenges that it presents us. So that is our sort of priorities during this period of time. But we knew that we were under no illusion at all that learning and training in the online environment is going to be the same in the physical classroom. We are under no illusion of that. And we knew that we had to do something. We just can't present our course syllabus or our curriculum online as how we would do in our classrooms. And therefore, a lot of thought went into reviewing the curriculum that we had, the pedagogy that we were employing. So we reviewed them, we modified them, and in some instances, we just had to completely overhaul the pedagogy because we needed to connect, we needed to interact, and we needed to engage the audience like how I'm aiming to do right now. So in terms of connecting, the participants must be able to see you face to face. So one common method is, of course, using slides. And the disadvantage of that is that the participants lose you because they can't see you, right? And if you see the method that the college has adopted, for example, for this webinar, you can see me, my slides are behind me, you know, and I'm moving most of the time. So your attention always rests on the speaker. So that's the first thing. We must be able to form the connection. And after you form that precious connection, some of you in the chat I've seen ask, how do we then interact with the participants? Now you can have that connection. How do you interact? And how do you make sure, for example, your participants ask questions? How do you, make sure that the participants are actually, working with you, are actually following you? So this is where we come up with interactive audience platform where audiences can ask questions anonymously. They can take part in polls, they can take part in quizzes. And really, if you need face-to-face interaction, and some of you are very familiar with this because you've attended some of our programs, we actually spin the wheel, and on this wheel there are the names of the participants. So it is random, right? And we often find that once we spin that wheel a couple of times, the participants actually warms up and they will actually volunteer to speak on their own because they don't want the wheel to decide their fate. So they will rather volunteer and answer questions. So examples like that. The last part that we also needed to do, and this was touched on by, I think, both Professor Woon as well as Professor Cohen, is that most of the time, we judicial educators must realize that actually the participants do not want to hear from you. You are there to facilitate the session. You are there to provide sort of like, to pave the way in order for peer engagement to occur. So you have to create safe spaces in order for peer engagement to happen, right? So this means in the context of teaching judges, judges will listen to, will want to listen to other judges, will want to discuss with other judges after having been prepped by the judicial educators. So what does the future hold for judicial training? And a lot of you have already stated this, but I will just summarize very quickly. COVID has actually accelerated the adoption of online learning and training. We do not think that you can actually put the genie back in the bottle. You can't. And you can't say, well, let's go back to the classroom after the dust has settled. You can't do that. Your judges are already probably used to the ease and convenience of online training. And this is really training at their fingertips and they are learning on their own terms. All right. And my judges have told me, Paul, please don't ever go back to the classroom. We really enjoy putting you in the background as a podcast while we are doing our work. And we say, that's fine. Whatever gets you to learn, whatever gets you to absorb information, we are fine with you putting us in the background and as a podcast. And that's the way we do things in our daily lives anyway. And that's what we try to do at the college, to make sure that we replicate whatever we do in the college as far as possible and as close as possible to your everyday life, so that learning, training is second nature to you. So if you listen to the podcast while you're driving to work, you can listen to us as a podcast while you're driving to work. And we try to do that so that it becomes second nature to the judges. So my judges say, please, Paul, don't ever bring us back into the classrooms for short webinars, right? And the second point is, of course, we are now coming to accept that there is no such thing as life after COVID. It is no longer a reality that's being postulated, but we're coming to the realization that we have to learn to live with COVID as it becomes endemic. So online learning and training is definitely here to stay. And I think, again, a lot of the fellow presenters before me have actually said the way to go is blended learning. And the college agrees completely with the presenters before me. And this is a mixture of both classroom and online learning. So I believe that Dean from the Philippine Judicial Academy spoke of both asynchronous self-learning, where the judges can actually learn and learn at their own pace, at their own time, on their own terms, and then you bring them back to an online focus group discussion where a lot of the background materials have already been done, and this was what Professor Cohen actually mentioned. You don't have to spend a lot of time again during your Zoom sessions covering the basics, because that is already done asynchronously by your judges. But we also find that there are some instances where you still have to bring back your judges into the classroom. And this is where you have in-person clinics, you have practice classes, you have role play scenarios that physical interaction is just a must. And you can do it in Zoom, but it's just not a perfect substitute. So where the situation allows, you will have to bring your judges back into the classroom. But we believe that with this new normal, that will be a significantly smaller portion where you have in-person training. For us at the college, we are actually guided by 3 mantras, and we actually had to modify our 3 mantras for training in the COVID world. And I'll take you through this very, very quickly. The first mantra being judges training judges. Our faculty is predominantly made up of judges, and we realize that they will have the standing to actually teach other judges, and other judges will be interested to hear from them. And therefore, we have to train our judge faculty and judicial educators to be able to connect, interact, and engage the participants in an online environment that will inspire learning and understanding. The second mantra that we ascribe to is really, we train judges and we deliver instruction in the context of judging, So for this particular period, we suggest that training has to be targeted during this particular period of time to achieve 2 things. The first is that you have to enable your judges to meet the challenges posed by the pandemic in the short term. So that's the first thing that you have to do, and we suggest that training will have to cater to that short-term need first. And second, you have to future-proof your judges to enable them to function and operate in a world living with COVID. And that is the long-term goal or the long-term goal of your training curriculum. In short, when we say in the context of judging, we say that you have to deliver training that is both relevant and practical to the challenges that the judges are currently facing. Otherwise, they are not going to be interested to hear you out or to, attend your training, because they're going to ask, how is this going to help me deal with my cases tomorrow? And we always ascribe to this principle at the college. We teach the judges what they can use the very next day. So that is the second mantra that we have modified for COVID. And the third and last mantra that we have modified for COVID is this. We believe that every judge is a teacher. So every participant will have something to share, and therefore you need to create that safe space in an online environment that engenders peer engagement, because you have to allow the participants to tap into the collective wisdom of the group. That is the power of judicial training. It is not the judicial educator downloading information, right, from the educator to the participant, but really the power lies in tapping on the collective wisdom, and a good part of online training must provide that safe space for peer engagement to occur. So that is all really that I have for you. If you are interested to find out more about how we conduct certain programs, please follow us on our social media. We have actually uploaded some of these clips that you can take a sneak peek at into the ways that we conduct our programs. My last point is this. I really look forward to learning more from the participants today. It is so very important. I think judicial institutions now have a far greater and more important role, more than ever before during this period of time, because we absolutely have to prepare our judges to do their work in this new normal, so that they can succeed at what they do, and they can actually serve the people and the citizenry better in this world with COVID. And one way that we can do this, one effective way we can do this, is really to tap, like I said, on the collective wisdom of all our ASEAN judicial partners and institutions. Madam Justice, I think that I've overran terribly, and I thank you so much. Madam Justice, over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paul Kwan, the Executive Director of the Singapore Judicial College. That presentation really blew me away. And I think it was Professor Woon who said earlier that a good or an effective judicial trainer must also be a good entertainer. And you certainly put that characteristic into play with your presentation. We really have...
You are very kind. I've been well taught.
Thank you. And I'm sure there will be a lot of comments and questions for you later because of your presentation. Thank you very much for now. We will hear again from you later, Mr. Kwan. So now we proceed to the presentation of the country representative of Thailand. We would like to call on Judge Pim Thong Sunti, who is the head of the Secretary General of the Judicial Training Institute of Thailand. Judge Pim.
Yes, thank you. Sawasdee krap.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Honorable Chief Justices, judges, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen from all ASEAN judiciaries. I would like to thank the Working Group on Judicial Education and Training and Council of ASEAN Chief Justice for hosting this event and inviting us to participate. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Judicial Training Institute, Court of Thailand. The Judicial Training Institute, or JTI, under direct supervision of the President of the Supreme Court, is the primary institution responsible for judicial training and education to judges and court staffs in the judiciary. Our judges need to accomplish the compulsory training program of each level in order to be appointed to the higher level. The JTI's Judges Training Academy, one of our 4 academies, is responsible for organizing 8 compulsory training programs for judges each year. The compulsory training programs consist of courses for judge trainee, junior judge, judge of court of first instance, presiding judge, chief judge, appellate court justice, appellate court presiding justice, Supreme Court justice. Other optional courses, especially soft skill, ethic, or moral courses, are also offered where judges and court staff can attend the course with their own choices. Each training that JTI organizes for judges are usually consists of 60 to 150 participants. Normally, all the participants have to come from over the country to stay at JTI's 19-story building during their training until they accomplish their course. During the pandemic, the training method is shifted from face-to-face training to online training by using video conferencing platforms to assist the online training. The main platform that JTI currently uses of compulsory training courses is Zoom meetings, while other platforms such as Microsoft Teams, Cisco Webex meetings, and Court of Justice internal live stream are used from time to time. During the pandemic, although most participants satisfied with the virtual classroom where they can strengthen knowledge and stay safe at their own place, however, some are not. As mentioned, the main training courses at JTI are compulsory courses which judges need to accomplish before appointing to the higher level. During pandemic, judges are required to participate in the virtual classroom, whether they like it or not. Some judges come with positive thinking and keen to learn new technology, but some judges, especially senior judges, may feel being forced, not comfort with the technology, and might feel exhausted, as some courses took 20 full days. Letting participants decide their own class and activities they would like to have might make them feel as part of the class and enjoy with their own decide. Also, enhancing perceptions of group participation and the participants' sense of belongings by dividing time for small group discussion in breakout rooms where participants can throw in their ideas and present to lecturer and other groups might energize them. Currently, JTI is planning to implement flipped classroom model to our training courses. Participants will be asked to watch our archive recorded classes or study some materials at their pace before joining the class to discuss the topic. The flipped classroom model can be used in the discussion of current issues in court proceeding, which the participants need to share their experiences with lecturer and other participants in the class to see whether other participants from other courses across the country are facing the same issues. JTI is also considering improving our online assessments on both informative and summative assessment. The assessment in some course is very crucial, especially in judge trainees training program, where the participants needs to pass all type of assessments. including essay writing, oral reports, panel discussion, role playing, and etc. It is quite challenging to the assessor to give score to or grade to the participants when they are not seeing each other, especially in the ethical and moral behavior assessment. We are also establishing our new partnerships where we can do the virtual study visit, not only domestically, but also internationally. In this case, the participants are still able to gain knowledge and experience from other organizations, even in virtual way. Our main concern is that how can these learning themes and methods be sustained to ensure long-term positive impacts and uphold equitable, flexible, and effective environment for all. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pim Tongsunti of the Judicial Training Institute of Thailand. It is certainly interesting, no, to learn that in Thailand you have four offices or four agencies that take care of judicial training. That shows us how much importance you place, no, on judicial training and education for your judicial officers and personnel. And we also noted that you mentioned, among others, the flipped classroom type of training, which we also use in our online trainings. So that is very interesting. Thank you, Dr. Pim, and we will hear more from you in a while during our open forum, hopefully. Thank you very much. We now proceed to the country representative of the last ASEAN member country. A report today. We would like to call on Ms. Nguyen Hu Hoang, who is from the Vietnam Court Academy of the Vietnam Supreme Court. Mr. Nguyen, sorry, Hu Hoang. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, judges and colleagues. First of all, I would like to thank CICG Indonesia for let us participate in the training, and I would like to thank all the previous judges whose presentation first and give us a lot of experience in judicial training. I would like to talk to you about judicial training in Vietnam. Currently, Vietnam is experiencing the new wave of the pandemic. So therefore, our judicial training program was affected dramatically by the restriction measure. And first of all, I will introduce you to our judicial training. In Vietnam, we have our court academy. The court academy is the official judicial training institution of the Supreme People Court of Vietnam. In the court academy, we have two main type of program. It's the professional education program and the training program. In the professional education program, we will include 5 main programs. The initial professional education program for judges, the professional education program for court clerks, the professional education program for chief court clerk, and education program for examiner and chief examiner. And in the main program, the initial professional education program for judges, the judge program, we have three main content. First is learn and practice procedure from the procedure law, including criminal, civil, and administrative. Second is learn to apply the procedure to the type, specific type of case in each field of law, including criminal, civil law, labor, business law, commercial law, marriage, and family. The third is learning the method of scientific research through solving problem by case. So the other training program in the court academy includes the training program on knowledge and skill of leadership at the state management department level, and the program training for people's juror, the training program for education in the field of criminal, civil, administrative, business, commercial, and marriage. And we have a training program for court mediator, training program for accounting and finance specialized, and the other program. So when the pandemic occurred, the court academy will have applied two main methods. It's the directly method and the online method, because the pandemic is we have a lot of restriction measure in the country, so we cannot apply the offline method for all the program. We only apply the offline method for the main program is the initial professional education program for judges. And in this program, we are using the on-campus studying. It means that all the learners have to stay on the campus of the academy, which we apply a lot of restriction and measure to prevent the pandemic. And the other program, with the other program, we conduct the online method through the online platform. And some other program, we are combining both online method and offline methods. It means that some program like the training program for assessor, for juror and mediator, we use our lecturer to come to the province and the region without the pandemic to teach directly, and with the other region and other reason with the restriction and distancing measure, we use online. So currently, to summarize, the court academy using two main type of method. Sometimes combine, depend on the program that we teach. And since 2016, the Vietnam Supreme Court has deployed video conferencing since 2016 to serve the management and professional activities. And when the COVID-19 pandemic occurred, the use of video conferencing was fully exploited in organizing training activities and answering professional questions for all the court employees. The Court Academy cooperate with the General Affairs Department to implement video conferencing when in need. In addition, we use the conference course technology to apply in education and training activities. In the current situation, the Supreme Court is in the phase 1 of developing a virtual assistant, which aim to systemizing all the legal document online and the court jurisdiction online also. We use the virtual assistant to answer all the professional questions to support judges all over the country and court staff in their daily task force. The following phase, the next phase, we will focus on improvement toward to the purpose of establishing the electronic court, the Court Academy is also working on building a smart university model, which include smart training and fostering program, digital material, smart classroom, digital evidence collection, virtual court, and smart management and training software. In the pandemic, in the COVID-19 pandemic, we are sharing and progressing and managing the professional information system from the Supreme Court to each judge and to help them aware to their duties because they can come to work. We in the pandemic, we will designing the training program suitable to practical need of court employee improvement to implement their work for the position. It means that we will practice them to use computers and the online platform. The more important, the Court Academy focus on selecting in the court system the outsourcing lecturer for the best expert for sharing experience. Those experts can share experience online to our lecturer and to our student. That lecturer can work from a different court of the country, different region in the country, and they can able to support each other when the region and the locality in the restriction, so they can get out of the restriction because of the restriction. Also we are preparing. We uploading and prepare the detailed document, professional document online, so the reader can apply the law or read the law, understand the law immediately without being too dependent on the short-term program that they have attended. Also, the developing of, as I said before, the developing of the virtual assistant software is very important because as you can see, not all of the court employees know how to use the online platform. So I think the need of the virtual assistant software is very important. maybe they can ask the question online, and we will have a team of IT of expert in IT to solve the problem quickly. So we will maximizing the application and conduct research one step ahead in information and technology in order to continuously improve the quality of professional training and development. Also fostering lecturer. The lecturer, we are very focused on our lecturer because the lecturer is very new with the online platform. In Vietnam, our lecturers pretty kind of the beginner when it happened to teaching online. So we have to have the lesson. We have to have a training program for them to improving their skill in using technology to better serve in training and educating activities. So it's all my presentation. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nguyen Huang of the Court Academy of the Supreme People's Court of Vietnam.
Yes, thank you.
We noted again the same adoption of blended learning, both online and offline. And we are equally excited with your long-term plans of establishing a smart university and your electronic courts, as well as your virtual assistant system. Thank you very much. We hope to hear more from you in a while when we do our open forum. In the meantime, to allow our participants to take the much needed health break, which both Professors Cohen and Woon instructed us to always include in our online seminars, we will give everyone a 5-minute break so we can stretch our legs, and then we resume for the last part of our webinar today, which is the summation by our rapporteur and then the open forum. So I will see you all in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, Beth. Yes, Beth.
Hey, guys. You ready to go?
I'm super ready. Yeah, see you then. I'm on my way.
It takes months to make ulos.
Inulos mo yan ang mamamagkinairan.
This is the famous Toto dance. Look at the stunning Holbom Hills. Wow. The fact is, Danau Toba is the biggest caldera lake in the world. So it needs more than just a day to travel here. You have to prove it and see for yourself.
I'm in Jakarta! Modern city! You know guys, Jakarta has 47 museums that you can visit. Now, I'm going to meet my friend. Wow. Chief gonna fight them from bad things.
Hello guys, I'm in Malioboro Street. I'm trying to do batik here. Guys, it's called Wayang Kuli, UNESCO World Heritage. Great food, friendly people.
Here I am, Labuan Bajo! Look at this view. Oh, it's so beautiful. The Komodo, the last real dragon on Earth. Enjoying this beautiful morning. Let's find out world-class underwater paradise. Hey, turtle! Who doesn't want to roll around in this pink cotton candy sand? I brought this cat. It's the cleanest village in the world. Let's take a selfie. Shopping time.
Oh my god.
Okay, we'd like to welcome everyone back. And now we will proceed to the summation by our rapporteur team to be represented by Dr. Diane Rositawati of the Reform Team of the Supreme Court of Indonesia. Dr. Rositawati.
Thank you, Justice Singh, for the time. Honorable Justices and Judges, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I will read to you the summary and conclusion of discussion of webinar ASEAN Judicial Dialogue, Judicial Education and Training in the Time of Pandemic. The key points of presentation from Professor Walter Woon are as follows. Judicial education and training is a subset of legal training, and we cannot separate legal training and judicial training. Legal training is part of the legal system which aims to train competent legal professionals. Pandemic has forced us to do more things efficiently, time efficiently, and also cost efficiently, including in training and education. So we need to change our paradigm. Decentralized court training and education can be implemented. Centralized classroom is not always needed. Trainers do not always need to be at one place. Coordination of schedule can be easier with the support of technology, and smaller courtroom can be created, and people do not always have to travel to attend court session, and centralized place for court session or training can also be limited. However, there is a need to train people to be familiarized and comfortable of using technology. Not only substantive training for judges and advocates in the front line, but it is also important to conduct training for the support staff who provide technological backup in the back end. For ASEAN, the harmonization of the technological platform is something that need to work forward with. Judges in ASEAN need to be familiarized to operate with the international judgment. And there is also need to be training for judges to operate in law cross borders. There are various topics that ASEAN judiciary can work across border. The technological platform can provide instruments to work together as long as judges and court personnel are able and comfortable working with the technology. The key point from presentation from Professor David Cohen is as follows. Online training and education has advantages, but also disadvantages. The advantages are on the efficiency of cost, time, and resources. And there is also great budgetary saving for conducting training online. As a consequence, we can increase the frequency of the training. We can also save time for training preparation, development of modules, and coordination. Furthermore, international participation for trainers and training is also much more easier. To increase the advantage of training in order to increase skills of judges and court staff, a combination of offline and online method is still needed. In such training, it is useful to advise trainers to do preliminary work. The preliminary work is by implementing individual study and providing the trainee with materials and documents that are necessary to increase the success of training, and also to promote productive discussion in the online class. The disadvantage of online learning are the limited informal and social interaction. The networking between resource persons, NGO organizers, and judges is also important. The process of identifying champion and candidate for training of trainer and so forth also limited, although still possible to be done online. In the future, it is important to balance the use of technology for online interaction and the physical interaction for education and training at the national level and also at the ASEAN level. The ASEAN judicial education and training also need to promote cooperation in a more sustainable and intensive way of training. As for the presentation from the judiciary, there are 8 presentations. First is from Brunei Darussalam, second Cambodia, third Indonesia, fourth Malaysia, fifth Philippines, sixth Singapore, seventh Thailand, and lastly we have Vietnam. We have identified some important points and red lines from the presentation of the judiciary as the following. All judiciary have combined online and offline methods in implementing the training. From the online training, the judiciary have saved the effort of providing venues and logistics and are expected to be able to focus more on training materials and substantive. Some judiciary have been implemented and advanced tools and methods in implementing training and teaching methods. The online training saw benefits in terms of efficiency in the cost required for conducting training, allow an increase in the numbers of trainees, so that the opportunity to gain knowledge and expertise is even greater for judges and also court personnel. There is great opportunity to access tutors and trainers from almost unlimited international institutions. This increased collaboration with international teaching institutions by judicial training institutions. Some judiciary also have provided training of technology literacy as well as ensure that the required software is up to date. But there is also still challenges in implementing training during pandemic. There is a need to implement strict health protocols for offline training, which require more complex logistic arrangement and greater cost. In some jurisdictions, there is also significant geographical challenge and gap of technology infrastructure. There is also a necessity and compulsion to use remote methods using online conferencing platform. And lastly, there are still literacy barrier using online conference platform for participant and training organizer. The complete draft of paper will be uploaded to the ASEAN Judicial Portal. So finally, this is all key points and takeaway that we identified from all of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Diane Rositawati. And I'd like to inform all our participants that the organizers have decided that we do away with the open forum considering the advanced time already, and many people still have not had their midday meal, no? And so instead of that, what we will do is I will wrap up the sessions through the summation prepared by our rapporteur team. We will proceed from the premise, as mentioned by Professor Woon, that judicial education and training does not exist in a vacuum. And the other premise that we must accept is that we must embrace change, as mentioned by I think, Professor Cohen. So the need for modernizing the implementation of our training programs is a response to the pandemic that we have all shown, no, and illustrated through our respective country reports. And we welcome the new normal period as an open area for cooperation, which is what the Council of ASEAN Chief Justices is really trying to address specifically through this activity. First, knowledge exchange regarding improvement of technology infrastructure as a prerequisite in conducting successful training programs during the COVID-19 pandemic, which includes improvement of computer systems, the internet connectivity, online platforms, and learning management systems. Second, there should be various conference platforms which will be needed in organizing training programs. And today gave us a wide array to choose from. And then third, the knowledge of the use and utilization of these conference platforms between training providers, as we saw in the best practices that were mentioned today. And then specific adoption of specific methods of responding to virtual training challenges, like in the design of programs and specific sessions with more hours according to cognitive needs of the trainees, no? And lastly, strengthening the capacity of trainers to more effective delivery in virtual training programs and training activities. So that is the wrap up of all our sessions. And I thank you very much for keeping me company in my sessions. And now I turn over the proceedings to our Principal MC, Mr. Mirza.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge Singh. Maraming salamat po. As always, when I watch your other webinar, SMS like here, you were so impressive in the way you kept us all at the height of our attention.
Thank you.
Making the panelists appear at their very best. There were many highly appreciative comments afterward. Hopefully, we can meet in person later. Hanggang sa muli po.
Hanggang sa muli. Mabuhay.
Salamat. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Asian Judicial Dialogue webinar is about to come to the very end. We will hear the closing remarks video from a co-chair of Working Group Judicial Education and Training of the Philippines, Honorable Justice Arturo de Brion, Chancellor of the Philippine Judicial Academy, and also the co-chair of Working Group Judicial Education. Thank you. Please.
Honorable Chief Justice Muhammad Syarifuddin of the Supreme Court of the Republic of Indonesia, Honorable ASEAN Chief Justices here with us, Honorable Chief Justice Professor Dr. Takdir Ramadi, my Legal Education and Working Group Co-Chair, Honorable Judge Bambang Heri Mulyono of the Indonesian Judicial Training Center, our international experts in law and judicial education, Professor David Cohen of Stanford University, and Professor Walter Woon of the National University of Singapore Faculty of Law, representatives from all ASEAN judiciaries, judges, court administrators, and professors. Good afternoon to everyone. In behalf of Honorable Chief Justice Alexander G. Gesmundo and the Philippine Judiciary, the honorable members of the Philippine Supreme Court here with us, our representative, Honorable Justice Philomena Singh, my colleagues of the Philippine Judicial Academy, and the members of the Philippine delegation, I have the honor and privilege to express my gratitude and congratulations to all of you in this closing portion of today's webinar. The COVID-19 pandemic has been an unprecedented challenge in our lifetime. It came suddenly and without ample warning, seemingly taking the place of the shooting war that we have not experienced worldwide for almost 80 years. In December of 2019, we still had a relatively healthy world, but in no less than 3 months, the specter of an earlier deadly pandemic began to show its face. The world, including our ASEAN, immediately took notice, but somehow still hope that like the previous SARS and Ebola epidemics, COVID-19 would be a momentary blip, a health problem that would in no time come to pass as the other problems of the past had done. But we were wrong, as COVID-19 soon spread, attacking one country after another without much respect for race, color, creed, geographical location, or economic development. It initially marched on, seemingly impervious to the advances of medicine and our own natural resiliency and resistance to disease. But soon the world realized how serious the problem could be. Everyone, including our ASEAN, began to adjust and adapt. And this is the basis for my congratulatory greetings to everyone as we close these proceedings. Soon enough, we began to take stock and to look at the stakes. Among ASEAN is the strong concern that the pandemic did not change at all our need for judicial education and training to fortify the rule of law that has started to take root in our societies and in our individual selves. As individual nations and as a united group, we resolved that we would not allow the initially rapacious COVID-19 to overwhelm us. We soon looked around for tools and counted the advantages we could draw on, not only to fight the pandemic, but also to guard the interest that we hold most dear. Our search showed us our new technologies and our improved communication system, and we availed of every blessing that they could bring. We also rallied our willing hearts not to bow, and our fortitude brought us to where we are today, fighting the pandemic with fresh spirits, encouraged by the will to fight together that we see in one another. At this point, it will not be amiss for us to congratulate one another for our united and courageous response. We saw the challenge, we resolved to fight it together, and we cannot but conquer. We are particularly grateful to our working partner, the Judiciary of the Republic of Indonesia, for the early and decisive initiative it took to conduct a survey to push our assigned agenda on legal education and training to fruition. This early survey gauged the sentiments of our member judiciary on what we hold most dear as magistrate and as men of the law. These survey results served as our guiding lights in the discussions and planning that followed and to our webinar today. We thus find ourselves here today, successfully and fruitfully sharing our experiences and the wise words and counsel of our honored speakers in responding to the pandemic. I am proud to say that this webinar has been a very productive exercise for everyone. Its success is obvious as we now have not only our respective homegrown approaches in handling legal education, but also the benefit of the experiences we shared with one another today. We learned a lot from each other today. These lessons all count for a lot in undertaking legal education amidst the constraints and challenges that COVID-19 poses. Let me particularly congratulate the Chief Justices of the ASEAN for their continued advocacy of and support for the ASEAN concept of acting as one in meeting challenges and in enjoying the benefits of development in our part of the world. We do not thereby set ourselves apart, but rather confirm that we are an active part of the world and of humanity, keenly interested in the interests of everyone, a task that can best and effectively be undertaken by acting together as a solid group of nations united with the world. Let us carry on in this spirit and see each other at our next gathering, the ASEAN Chief Justices meeting in October, where we, together with Indonesia, will enthusiastically report the success of this webinar. Till then, let us continue to take care. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay tayong lahat.
Distinguished guests, honorable justices and judges, ladies and gentlemen, closing remarks from Honorable Justice Arturo de Brion, as also a formal closing of the ASEAN Judicial Dialogue webinar, Judicial Education and Training in the Time of Pandemic. On behalf of the cohort, we would like to extend our deepest appreciation to all of you for your support and participation. We also apologize for exceeding time for almost half hour. Yeah, we know there are still a lot of questions in the Q&A box. I apologize if we can't accommodate all of the questions due to the limited of time. Our distinguished speakers, Professor Walter Woon and Professor David Cohen, for still being here. Thank you. Our excellent and gorgeous moderators, Mr. Arya Suyudi, my senior, and Honorable Justice Maria Filomena Sings. Our representative of the Asian Judiciary Court, the judges, the Supreme Court Brunei Darussalam, Mahkamah Persekutuan Malaysia, the Supreme Court of the Republic of the Union of Myanmar, Mahkamah Agung Republik Indonesia, Philippine Judicial Academy, Singapore Judicial College, Judicial Training Institute Court of Justice Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos. Thank you, judges, for your time, for your sharing, your thoughts, and your views on these very important issues. But nonetheless, we had a really productive and inspiring time together. And I would like to special thanks to the hardworking organizing committee from Indonesia and the Philippines, the Honorable Professor Takdir Ahmadi, and also the Honorable Justice Bambang Heri Mulyono. Thank you so much, Pak Bambang. Thanks for having me here. Mr. Cecep Mustafa, Ibu Selviana Purba, Pak Edi Widiata. Thank you so much, Mr. Edi Wibowo, and also the Judicial Reform Team, Mbak Dian, Pak John Masdike, and other that I can't mention one by one who make this webinar happen. Please give a big applause for us. Yes, and we wish you all a very good health during this time of pandemic. Once again, thank you so much. Terima kasih. Khop kun krap, maraming salamat po. My name is Muhammad Mirza for the Asian Judicial Dialogue webinar. See you and bye-bye.
le a sit, sit, on the leg, sit, sit.